Thank you so much, guys. Give me just a moment. No, not this one. Let me get the load successful. Sweet, we're both here. Let me see. We only have another black and blue one. Oh god, Solaria. What is that? Oh, nice little emoji. Go Team Trix! Woo! Thanks to the yeah. Things are looking great, guys. Things are looking great. Thank you so much for everything. You guys are awesome. Let me just get my gaming glasses on. Let's just get ourselves situated here. We're gonna start off with some more Resident Evil 6. My son's been wanting to play for the longest time. I figured let's just go ahead and do it. We're gonna have a father and son time here. I've been so busy yesterday and today. I finally managed to get on. It's been crazy. You know, it's been definitely crazy. What's the black and blue one in the back there? Yeah, what is that?
Black and blue.
Oh, this one. Jeez. Oh man, that's life, right? Look at that, like that. Oh, I just smacked my microphone. I just found out was removed from the Google Play Store. Yeah, I don't doubt it, Culix. I mean, look what's going on here, bro. Like it's there's not a lot of legitness going on.
Guys, so he is Pierce again. I'm Chris.
Most of us know what it's all about on here, so I think they've been changing everything. You know, went from like changing the did you get your headphones on?
Yeah.
You know, changing the layout of like what was it? Just changing everything. Let me get this one.
Guys, this time you can see me on camera because this time I'm not sitting on the floor.
Yeah.
I got a chair. Alright, Daddy, ready? But Daddy.
Yeah, I think we're just about ready here.
Even though my guy may be strong, look, he has problems.
He does, yeah.
Because remember all the men he lost? Start game. Oh, shoot, Daddy. Remember the bridge?
You know what, Culix? I don't blame you. I think what's happening is that the app had a lot of like hijacking going on in the vault.
Daddy, we have to start all over?
I think we're on the ship part.
Pierce.
Oh yeah, we're on this part again. Oh gosh, whoa!
I'm good, Captain.
So I don't blame you. You know, if you want to get rid of it, get rid of it. I would be safe. If you want, just come check me out over on Twitch. All right, what are we doing here? Yo, watch your back, watch your back. I'm gonna shoot him in the leg. You know, I got the shotgun out. Yo, I forgot how to play this game, guys. Okay. Yeah, it'd be better if I was down here, but all good. Are you able to switch it? Hold on.
I don't want to switch screen.
No, I know.
I need your help.
I'm coming. This is brightness, that's it.
Daddy, you have a problem. Daddy, pull back.
Pull back?
Pull back. Look.
Yeah, well, you can meet me on there too. Yeah, that's great.
Daddy, pull back.
I got your back. Oh, watch out with the purple lasers. Hey, what sniper is that? The anti-material rifle? I don't think we're looking too good here on bullets, guys. You smell beer, right? The beer.
Hey, come up here. Collect all the ammo you can while you can.
All right.
These enemies are different.
So these are Neo Umbrella's finest, huh?
Come on, Daddy.
I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's all good.
I'm just trying to.
I know, Keelix, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm glad we found this too. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not going anywhere, but everybody knows what's going on. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay.
Hey, start collecting all the ammo you can.
Yeah, we need to. I don't know how we.
Cause that one area. I'm down here.
I wish we could toggle run, man. Is there a way to toggle run? Hold on, give me a second.
Woo!
Change game settings, controller. Yeah, let's try that. Set
You
attack
can.
button.
Look,
Set.
I'll run.
No, I know, but the dominant hand. No, it's none of these. Oh, there's nothing. All right, let's just get going.
Daddy,
What do we got here?
Daddy, you have the sniper. You have to shoot them. I only have one grenade, only semi-auto sniper rifle. You're good at the snipes. I am so. Gotta be careful out there.
You know what that skeleton reminds me of? What was that cartoon you used to watch? Grim Reaper, right?
Mhm. Except his skeleton was like this. It wasn't like a straight bone.
Yeah. All right, let's watch ourselves. Ready?
You snipe. Dad, you have 0 ammo. You don't have any ammo on it.
Oh, I do. You see the yellow blocks? Or I got 4.
I got 5.
Problem is, I don't know if this is enough. I don't know if this is enough room for everything, though. Oh, they're gonna shoot. We're still too far away.
You have to get up closer. Jump down. Oh!
One sniper down.
Two. Come on, Dad. Let's go down.
I get them?
Alpha to HQ. We're closing in on Ada Wong. HQ here.
Okay, let's get down. Let's go.
Dad, down here.
Figure out where on board she's hiding.
All right, what do we got next?
I'm getting out my knife. For now, we pull back here.
All right, well, let's gather all the supplies we can real quick, and let's, because you know we're gonna get ambushed.
No ammo back here. Pull back. All right, let's come up here. See what we can scout out.
Now, look, there's Minion's tank again from Twisted Metal.
What?
Hold on, guys. Oh my God. All right. All right, let's go ahead and head up top.
Seems to be
I hate
nothing-
this tiny screen, man. This is annoying me.
Seems to be nothing up here.
Nothing?
Let's head back down. Now look at the blood in the window.
Yeah, the graphics actually look pretty nice.
Let's head back down. No, we haven't done it in a while. Push the metal.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, she had the spotlight on her and everything. Look at that.
Daddy! I need your help. It spawned me in an area that I wasn't even in.
Where'd you go?
I'm all the way over here.
Can't tell because I hear audio on both sides. I can't hear just mine. That's
Damn.
kind of annoying.
Damn, I'm down here with you.
All right,
Ready?
come on.
I'll let you shoot. I'll go this way. Oh, shoot. They can actually shoot through.
Oh boy.
Now look at my knife. Daddy.
What happened?
Oh! I just saw something explode. Hey, you're standing up and the light open.
What?
Oh!
'Cause I'm standing by you. All right, let's get out of here. Come on, they're gonna get us killed.
I'm going helicopter.
So where are they?
Go over there.
Yeah, okay. All right, we gotta move it. We gotta move it. I don't like that we gotta hold.
I got the secret in the map.
I'm wasting bullets. Knock them down. All right, I'm gonna need you over here. Where'd you go?
Way over here. Oh!
Nice job, but now he's that thing.
I shot him with a pistol too. One shot.
All right, we got more snipers.
I'll let you take that ammo.
Oh, thanks. All right, let's get going. Oh boy, checkpoint time, guys. Here we go. Next part. He raised up the. Oh gosh,
Daddy,
not good.
We need to
they got snipers again.
first. Can't let her get away.
Oh, Daddy got one of those red things again.
Oh gosh, nope. Good job, good job, good job. Get ready, ready? Oh, hide.
I have to reload.
Keep him busy, keep him busy. Really? Oh, sniper. You're grabbing way too much of the ammo there on me. Oh, duck snipers. Alright, he's down and out. Nope, not yet. Oh, yep, now. Alright, let's be careful. Go ahead, get them. A machine gun, ain't much bullets. Alright, let's go, move it. Careful. Wow. I'm gonna shoot him in the leg. Oh, word. That too. That works. He said, screw it. Blow him in the face. Really? Man, they're just shutting down everything on us.
What else can go wrong?
All right, let's take him down.
Get open.
We'll figure something out. That's our job.
There we go.
Mission to complete. Got it?
Hey, how do I switch my gun thing to over here?
Blow it open.
Right on the deep. Oh, hit this.
What?
Hold aim and then hit the right trigger.
Oh, now I can shoot this way. Oh,
Yeah. That's good. Like if you're coming around a different wall, like right now I'm on the right, I do this, but. Oh gosh. Run away.
Run! Remember that guy turned big the first time.
We just sat there and just watched them. Go, 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 go. Get your butt cheeks out of my face. World War Z is free right now. Hey, check that out. Should download it.
Hey, Piers. I found
Everybody's okay there, Thomas. Say father and little tricks time. You got it, Metal. Yeah.
Daddy!
Hearing comical Western music during this is trippy funny. Really?
Daddy!
Epic launcher? Come on, man. Never mind.
Daddy, look right there.
If it's only free to a set amount of days, I'm not going to waste my time.
Daddy?
Because this weekend is
Daddy,
Resistance.
this guy's gonna be a problem later. Let's take him out now. Snipe him.
Nah, don't worry about him. We're going to be going around to the other side anyway. Ready?
Whoo! 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 Everyone's trying
All
to
right,
shoot
let's
us.
meet up later. Be careful, Chris. Or that.
Oh, we don't have the ammo for this. Ah!
Yeah. I got to see if I have Epic Launcher. I usually just go to the website
You okay?
and just claim that way.
Just keep going. We'll meet up eventually.
Okay. Have all the ammo you can right now. Try to stay alive over there. How you looking there, buddy?
Good. Daddy!
Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and install the launcher real quick just so I can get him.
One of the guys are trying giant on my side. I have a giant dude on my side. Daddy, take out the snipers. Daddy, I have a lot of guys on my side.
All right, but you gotta be careful. Why are you running to a dead end? Oh, shoot, you're going across?
Yes.
Oh, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Whoo! Whoo! Daddy, snipe him. No, snipe the guys up there.
Okay, hold on, let me get the other guys.
I only got like two.
Where are they aiming at?
Up there.
Pay attention. Where are they shooting? I don't see them.
I'm up there.
Your health went so fast. You gotta get more health. Dang it.
I'm just gonna run all the way up.
Piers.
Welcome to the stream, Solid. But yeah, I gotta do this again? Oh, man. Come on. I hate that. It's so aggravating. Oh, my God. He transforms. I wasted a bullet. Whatever. All right, don't die. Keep your health full. Just take out the enemy. And then I gotta figure out where those snipers are.
And he turns to one of these guys.
So who, what?
He turns to one of these guys.
Yeah,
great.
very true. Oh my God. Whatever, dude. Get out of here with your shenanigans, bro.
Hey, one of the big guys
Okay. All right,
Daddy,
Solaria.
Snipe him! Snipe him!
Dude, I'm coming. You're rushing. Hold on.
Woo, woo.
Gotta go easy. Go easy. See, now you're over there, and I don't know where the snipers are.
Up there! Up there's one up there!
Yeah, you see them. I don't.
I got full health anyway. I'm coming over.
Oh, you know what? You climb across. Stay alive. Stay alive. You're almost there. Quicker, quicker, quicker. And here comes the enemies. Oh, gosh. Yo, what the heck?
I'm up here with you now.
All right, help me out. Oh, wow. Wasted a sniper bullet.
Hey, the sniper's after me!
Yep. Watch it. Okay, hold on. Stay hidden. Get some... Just stay next to me. Wow. Helped you out and I got murdered. Alright, here, I'm gonna do this. Get ready.
These snipers on me.
Dude, there's an enemy next to you. Come on.
Shoot.
Oh my god. Come on, get the camera off. Jeez. Oh my god. Oh man, this melee system is like, I don't know what they did. Got the wrong weapon out, man. Come on.
Why are these snipers on me?
Shot him in the face. Wow. Okay. Sure thing.
I got him down.
Yeah, and this guy's gonna transform, dude. Come on.
You can't even do anything
Whatever.
about it.
Seriously, I can't just break him? We just let him hatch. Yeah, just let him hatch. Why not? Watch the
Daddy?
baby grow.
Daddy?
Oh my god. Alright, take him down quick.
I'll get the sniper off you.
Right, get ready. Got the armor off. Go melee him. Hurry, melee. Melee! Look at it. There you go. Now run away. Get back.
He didn't even hit me.
There we go. He should be down and out.
Giant. Now I'm gonna turn this thing.
Right. Alright, let me think for a second. Are we clear? Oh, we got snipers. Don't break the controller.
Hey, snipers on me.
Did I even get him? Yeah, I did.
Oh, we got it this time.
What are you supposed to do?
It just took my health bar off.
You weren't supposed to do something on the other side? No, I can't climb across. Are you supposed to shoot or something?
I don't know.
Alright, I'll do it.
I don't know what we're supposed to. I know a sniper.
Alright, hold on.
What are we supposed to do? Try to get
Dude!
the sniper down.
Oh, you're on lockdown. Started on today? Wow. Dude, the United States got the most... I can't do anything.
What are we supposed to do? It says the rocket. That's it.
Yeah.
Maybe you press like Y or something.
Oh, look inside the rocket. Look inside the rocket.
Oh.
Or maybe you're supposed to help me. I don't know. There you go.
Wow.
Good job. Mm-hmm.
You did it.
We finally did it, guys. So Thomas was finally on lockdown today.
Daddy, look.
My state is in the top 10.
Continuing our mission to apprehend Wong.
Now let's get those stairs back down.
Yeah, give me 1 second, little man.
Daddy, you know what we did?
What?
Daddy! Someone's shooting us.
Yeah, America's got the most cases, and it just keeps going up, guys. Of course something went wrong with my
Daddy.
chat. Why wouldn't it?
No wonder why that hatch is open, because I had to go and close, right?
Yeah. In your county, that's good.
Hey,
That
they're
is
shooting
really
up here.
good. All right, well,
let's jump down and get the stairs down. Let's apprehend Wong. Ready?
what I should really do is get this TV closer. It feels like it's so far away.
Look, Daddy.
All right, watch yourself. Careful, these guys. Oh
Daddy,
gosh.
guys hatching.
Careful, careful. Watch yourself. They're coming. They're coming.
And of course they all go after me.
Not on my watch there, buddy. Oh, too many of them.
On a knife style. Combat knife, boy. Hey, I'll get this arm.
Run! Watch yourself. Get out of there. Get out of there.
His arm can stretch that far.
I'm pretty sure everybody is right. Most people are. Most people are. Q-Lex, say you are. Resident Evil 6
Daddy, we need to
during
get
the
up here.
look. Hey, check this out. We're playing Resident Evil 6 during the coronavirus. Why do you think these people are infected? The virus.
Wow. Daddy, we gotta get up here.
And people were making jokes because Resident Evil created a thing called the C virus. And here we are playing the game.
Daddy, the C virus is... The C stands for Corona.
What?
The C for C virus stands for Corona.
Oh no! Take him out, guys. Take him out. Right, absolutely,
Daddy, I
guys.
got you.
Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy.
I just hit him one shot. He jumped up and fell.
All right, let's go ahead and head on over to that door.
Daddy, we gotta get up here. No, not that door. Up here. Look, we need to get the stairs down. Look up here. See, there's an arrow up here. I know it says get to the door, but
yeah, but I don't think we're going up there.
yes, we are. Look, it has
We
an
do,
arrow
but we
up
got...
here.
Okay, go ahead.
But look. Oh, we need to get outside.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go the other way first. C virus, aka Corona. Right.
So, Daddy,
You guys are buying me Corona?
So,
is
Daddy-
that what's going on?
So this game created something called the C virus, and the C stands for Corona.
But yeah, if you guys are here though, make sure you guys are definitely checking that out. Check out that live feed, guys. Keep up to date with that because you want to make sure you're on top of it.
Daddy, how
America was what, 5th or 6th place? Now it's number 1. It beat China where it originally started? What? That's crazy. The coincidence, right? Right?
Go back, go back.
Hold on, buddy. I'm coming.
Go
I'm coming.
I'm jumping up. I'm jumping up. Ooh. I like how I'm the captain. You're more brave than me. Right, Daddy?
Oh, yeah.
Jump down from the ball, boy.
No!
Nope.
Knock them all down. There we go.
Ow! I was just about to kill him. Yeah, I was just about to kill him, and that guy just shot me.
Get him, get him, get him, get him!
Nope. Not today.
All yours.
Oh. Wow.
My guy is really tired. Oh, my health is down. I gotta back it off. Come by me.
Daddy, here. No, here. My health is low too. Where are you at? Oh, right here. Daddy. Here, come here. Come here real quick. Hold on. I got space.
If you could buy red herbs, mix those together.
I don't have any red herbs.
Hold on.
You should be good for now.
Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Do me a favor, go grab me the other one over here.
Daddy.
Mm.
You know what's funny?
A bat? Oh my god. Main difference there, when they say quarantine, they shoot you. If you go outside, that's why it was handled so quick. Yeah, very true, guys. Very true. Yeah, very true. So thankfully, at least some of us are not really in complete lockdown. We're just quarantining. Pretty much everybody's doing self-quarantine. There's no like hazmat suit men outside or National Guard or anything like that. Yeah.
Daddy.
Go my trick.
You know what's funny?
What?
Your guy relies on your gun. He's like, bah.
Yeah, my guy's weak, man. He's a weakling.
And my guy literally goes like this. One shot, knocks his health. Daddy, look.
What?
Your guy goes like this, bah. And my guy, look at my guy.
All right, come on.
With
I don't
his
want to
gun?
delay too much. Let's go.
See, Daddy, look, with his gun, bah, with his fist, knocks him down.
All right, so we only got like one green herb left, guys. We gotta be careful. Probably be better and done with by now if they did. I would agree. I agree with Solaria. We definitely would have been done by now, guys. By the way, guys, if you're here now and you're not part of our Discord, guys, I really want to get more people on our Discord as much as possible.
Okay, come on.
Make sure you guys check it out. Hopefully it goes up on everything. I'm not sure if it does or not. Does it? Guess not. Go ahead and post that on there for you guys.
Alright, Daddy, ready?
Yep, I'm ready. Let's go. We got this, guys.
Your guy relies on your gun, Daddy. My guy just uses his gun and his fist.
Whoa!
Machine dude, what are you doing? Where are you shooting at? I just knocked his head into the wall. Oh, I knocked him against the wall. You should have seen the other guy. I knocked his head off. I went bop to the wall.
Ooh, finish what you started. Look at that. Let's get into it, buddy. All right, now we're where we left off, I believe, guys.
No, we're not.
So, got my Curse Rogue achievement. Hey.
We're not where we left off.
No?
No, because remember, Because remember, Daddy?
Yeah.
Because remember, we didn't do the rocket last time. So we're not where we left off. Alright, Daddy, I'll grab the God shells, you grab the, acid rounds.
Going for it.
All right, the people on the ship are going to be shooting at us, guys. Okay, Thomas. I see you, bro. Toma tu cosita.
Daddy, careful. The light's on you, I think.
Also got ganked soon. Ow. Hopefully everybody's okay, though. You know, I just really hope you guys are all okay. All right, let me get going. Go!
Dad, I'm up here. Where are you at?
I'm coming. I got the spotlight on me. No.
So do I. Look,
I don't like the running in this game. Ow! Get off of me!
I'm waiting for you.
Go! Woo! Doesn't know where I am anymore. Good, thank goodness.
Yeah, 'cause it's on me, dude. Woo! Daddy, it knows where you are.
Out of this world.
Now you ready? We made it
We're
through.
quarantined. You know what I
Daddy!
mean. From the COVID-19.
Stop!
What?
My ears hurt.
Uh-huh.
No.
Wearing glasses.
Oh.
Yeah, mine does the same thing. And plus wearing a hat, what you're doing is you're putting pressure.
I ain't wearing a
Keep your
hat.
headphones off and then adjust your headphones. You want to make sure you get the ear cup right over the head. Yeah, I want to do that. Okay.
Oh, so much better.
Oh, I can imagine.
So
All right, guys, we're going through another set of doors. LOL, he's at that stage, right?
Woo!
We're at that stage.
All right, I'm pulling the lever.
Pull the lever for what? Oh, that's the lever the guy pulled.
HQ to Alpha. Fighting in the city has spread. You need to apprehend Ada Wong now. Copy that. Tell our boys to hang in there.
Ada Wong is ours. Let's get Ada Wong.
Pack around the area for supplies. Oh yeah, this is the
Yeah,
same
we've
area.
pretty much been here. This is just the other end.
All right, Dad, we need to get all the way over there.
Jim, why are you raging, bro?
Oh, come on! What's next? There was just 2 things we had to unlock. Now it's a freaking airplane.
Well, it sounds like we're in big trouble. Look, even... What the... Really?
Daddy! Oh!
Jump down!
Woo!
Go, 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 go,
Daddy!
go! Jump down!
Woo! Dad, we need to get to the door ASAP.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Watch the jet.
Ow!
You're in trouble. Come by me. Where'd you go? Got your back.
Hey, that was my kill. And
All right,
you
take his item.
He dropped the flash grenade, boy.
All right, we got a Chinook here. How are we gonna take this guy out, though? I think we're gonna have to run through all this stuff.
Yeah, we are.
Did you hear about the Predator hunting grounds is have a free weekend? Never even heard of that. You know what, though? There's so many free weekends, free games. Weekends are so hard for me, though, because, like, I'm usually not home. Well, in the daytime, I guess I am, but I'm doing other matters.
Dad, come on.
All right, let's get going. How do we use a knife?
Watch us use your gun, dude. Daddy!
Oh, behind us.
He got me down.
Oh, wow. All right, I think we gotta go behind the Chinook. I think we gotta go this way, buddy.
Ow.
We're gonna have to learn to take cover. Take cover.
Ow.
Take cover.
I couldn't.
Get behind in a hold LT.
This is hard. What?
Holy shoot. Okay, let's just run. Get on the other side. No, not that. Oh, what a dummy. Oh, what a dummy. Dude, get out of the open. Oh my god, and he runs backwards. I can't save you now. Yeah, he's gonna die. Let me just run over there. Get by me. All right, you haven't. You're gonna have to mix the herbs or just, hey, how'd you lose all your health already? Where'd you go?
Daddy, I literally just saw you.
All right, well, be careful. All right, be careful. Hold on, give me a second. It goes from the 27th to the 29th. Predator's on what, though? What is that on? Well, they probably felt that the tank was overplayed here. True. Oh, you meant Sage as in like the epic. Oh my god, epic launcher, epic launcher, epic launcher. What the heck? I don't want epic launcher. I don't like it. I seriously don't. Steam, give me
Daddy,
steam.
I took one guy down.
You took one down?
Yeah, I sniped him.
All right, watch my back. All right, let's start taking. Oh my gosh. Start taking these guys down. Let me reload everything here. Oh, shoot. To the right.
Oh!
Dude, stay out of the open. And he's transforming. Of course he is.
Who is? Woo!
Got him.
Is there a way for you to take down the airplane? Grenades!
Okay. All right. So far we're sort of
Daddy,
safe.
shoot it with the grenade launcher.
Yeah. For this, you might as well just remove your Steam and go to Epic Launcher. You know what the problem is? All these Fortnite love fans are supporting this Epic Launcher crap. Stop it. Fortnite made an Epic Launcher, so for PC games, Epic Launcher has their own list of games. They're trying to find more ways to make money. Steam is the best
shoot
one.
That helicopter with a freaking grenade launcher. Okay? We need to get through this.
All right, let's get going.
Come on.
All right, guys.
Grenade
We got
launcher.
this. I think we have to run past it.
No,
Grenade launcher's not going to do it, buddy.
Yes, it will. What do you mean? You got freaking 16 grenade launcher bullets plus 10. That's 26. You just
Nothing.
missed. You missed.
It does nothing. I'm not wasting my bullets. That was a waste.
You just missed.
I'm good. We got to run past this. What we got to do?
No.
Get ready. Or maybe I can get closer.
Yes.
Oh, no. We got to go around.
Yeah.
And so there's that. Oh my god. Come by me so I can give you health, please. Where you at? You're way back there.
Over here.
You're back there. Okay. It's facing me anyway. So come to me.
Right behind you. Back here.
What, this thing?
Yeah.
No problem.
Wow.
That's how you do it. Alright, come to me so I can give you health.
I am. I'm right here.
Oh my god.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
Alright, follow me. Let's go. Oh, watch your left. Watch your left. Wow. Wow. Come on. Oh my god. The melee is like poo in this game. Hit him in the face.
Now we need
But you're right, though. You're right, though, guys. The tank was more fun. Wait, they removed the tank? Wait, we're playing the remake? I don't understand what's going on here.
Daddy. Enemy.
Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. Get back, get back. All right, come on, follow me.
Run.
Run. Run across, follow me. Go, 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 go.
And it's shooting me. Daddy, there's a gate.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Wow. Get behind the cover.
Daddy, back here.
Of course there's a gate.
Keep running back. All the way back there. No.
Hold on, I'm coming, I'm coming.
In those tanks. Behind the tank.
I hate the running in this game. It's like pretty garbage, to be honest. Wow, man. How? All right, get back.
Daddy, just get here. Just open this so we can get through.
Let's get this door open, out of this open. All right, let's wait for them. Go ahead, come close. I'm gonna get a shotgun for you guys. Wow. Wow, how? Okay.
Dad, look at this guy. He's just surviving every hit I take at him. Oh! Run back! Run back!
Jump back, jump back, jump back. Oh! Damn, dude, go down. Okay, blow up. Thank you.
Daddy,
That guy's gonna turn
we
into the
got a
big guy, so
problem.
let's get ready. Come on. Get
That's
past
the
him.
big guy. That's the raptor.
Oh, what the?
It's a flying one. Daddy? It's dead.
Okay, we're good, we're good. Get in there, get in there. Oh. Yo, man, we need health bad, bro. Dang it, I only got one. Oh, move. Wow, he just didn't care about you.
Didn't care about
He
you.
said, give me some of that tricks. And I'm not that cereal.
Daddy, we can go in here.
Oh, gosh. Tricks just cheap like Mr. X. Like Mr. Krabs on SpongeBob. Wow.
Daddy, look, the airplane can shoot us through the freaking gate. Daddy, that's cheating. Daddy,
Oh.
the airplane can shoot us through the gate.
Yeah, but I think these are bulletproof.
No, it's not. It's shooting me at the window. Look.
Yeah, but it's not going through it.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh,
Once
yes,
you get out
it
here,
is.
it will. Hey, watch yourself.
Woo! How did
Wow.
I not get hit?
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Hello, sir. That's
What game am I playing later? I don't know, guys. I got a couple hours on this,
Daddy,
and that might be it.
Let's run for it.
You know, we'll see how we look on like cheers and sub goals and whatnot, but
Daddy, there's a guy in here.
we'll probably take a break and we'll try again tomorrow. Because tomorrow we got tomorrow we have a free-to-play days. We're gonna check them out. Might even have to do this Predator game that Jay's talking about. You definitely got resistance.
Daddy,
Oh gosh.
Run
Go, go,
for
go,
it.
go, 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 go.
Run
Get away,
for
get
it.
away. Follow me.
run. Just run. Just
Go
run.
upstairs, go upstairs.
Just run. We already exploded this door open.
Let's get this bad boy open.
Oh shit.
No, well, don't punch it.
Run.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, we made it. Oh, dear, jeez.
That
Oh,
was
wait.
hard.
Shh, shh, shh.
Spreading through your body yet? I'm just giving you exactly what you gave me, Simmons. At first, you'll be afraid. But don't worry. You're just becoming the monster you always were. You and everyone else on the planet. You
Wow.
and your family may have shaped the world into what it is today. But starting tomorrow, it's all going to change.
Okay.
Daddy, come on, get in here. Well, I really don't care. Just a video game.
Row Company. I think that's the one I signed up for, but I don't like that as NDA, dude.
Daddy, look, I got 6-0.
Honestly, like when I live stream, I play games. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have a lot of like
Daddy,
free time.
look
What?
how much ammo
yo,
I'm gonna take
hold on,
out of
time
me.
out. Don't talking. Don't interrupt. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Daddy, look, I got combat knife. I got 6, 0, 0, 75, 128.
Yeah, we got too many weapons.
I got 128 on one. My
All right, here we go. Yeah, NDA's straight garbage. When they do things like that, it just makes me not even want to play, to be honest. Like, what's the point? But I get it, why not? But at the same time, I'm good.
Daddy, Ada! Wow! What? Daddy!
Wow, we just missed her.
Oh!
Oh, get him! Oh!
Ah!
Man, your guy's bad butt. Jeez, my guy don't do that.
I stabbed
I only hit them. Your guy takes out his big giant machete.
Daddy, he walked to the door. Daddy, he walked to the door. I went. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He walked to the door. He got some trouble.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, dear jeez. What's out there? There's a bunch of them.
Oh! Shoot the fly! Oh! Daddy, look inside!
Whoa, what the?
Oh!
Are those the liquors? Oh, man, we ain't got the health for this, bro. Stick together.
Where's the liquors?
Hold on. They're coming in. Careful.
What are liquors?
They're coming.
What are liquors?
Here they are. Help me. Help me out, dude. Help me out, I said. He's getting stuck in the doorway. Good job. Oh, easy. Don't waste your bullets. All right, we got more men. Here, let me snipe them real quick.
Hey, I got this one. Really? Really? You just collect all the ammo?
Oh, go.
What is that guy? Oh, shoot!
I don't know. I don't intend to find out. Careful. Don't die, I said. Oh, he's gonna die.
I need your help.
Yeah, sure, I'm coming. It's gonna take me time to get there. Told you, follow me. There we go. Now I'm gonna die. Great. All right.
I need help.
Come stand by me. All right, easy, not the same time. All right, that's it.
And he's just gonna do it to his health all the way up.
Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna waste my health for me if I use it. And the game actually runs pretty good. Wow, not bad. Hey, if the game runs good and it plays good and you guys like it, you know, I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add 2 game suggestions, one for like subscribers and then one for normal viewers.
Daddy, that's a crazy new enemy. He has freaking an insect coming out of his head. He's strong too. He ain't no regular enemy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he ain't no regular enemy. He's strong.
Why did it do that? Oh, here we go. Hold on, buddy. Give me a second, okay? I'm sorry, give me a second. All right, let's get started. All right, where the heck were we?
Right there, come on.
Yeah, I'm on the Xbox One. Yeah, that is correct.
Daddy, lesson learned. Every enemy cannot be handled with a knife.
Why Trix so cheap? Well, guys, I'm not that cheap, but there's just so many things. It's so expensive. I got a lot of other bills. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, Daddy.
You think I can live what we make here? Crazy. I can't.
Daddy, come on.
But maybe I need to be like some streamers and start painting on myself. What do you think? Maybe if I start painting on my body and do like just chatting streams, you guys think we'll be successful here?
No.
I like Solaria's point of thinking. Everything can be handled with a knife. Yes. All right, let's go there, Chris. Where we going?
No, Dad, that was my thinking. We're going this way. Oh, there's hidden.
Yo, look at all
door
that blood on the
behind
screen.
here.
Thomas said you're fired. Fired.
Me?
Yep, fired.
I ain't fired. He fired.
You remember that app Live Me? It got removed from the Google Play Store. The app is getting so much hate. That's their fault though. People got scammed so much down there, and there was so much disputes on that app. Google just probably said, nah, you can stick to the people downloading your APK file because we're not gonna put you in a Play Store anymore, which is good. I mean, certain things shouldn't really be allowed, you know.
Dad, what's in there? You go check. Oh, in there, in that room, Daddy. What's in here?
I don't know, but we gotta watch ourselves. I see those little. I don't know, where are we going?
Going in here.
Looks like a steam room. Watch your. Well, I was gonna say, watch yourself. There you go. Good job. Jeez.
Why are you taking a shower in here,
Wow.
buddy?
Yeah, why was he showering? That's weird.
Why was a guy showering? Right?
All right, guys, let's hop inside.
Daddy, why was an enemy showering?
I gotta remove those notifications.
Yeah, I guess they have a virus, but they still care about their health. Daddy! Woo! Hey,
Watch out of the way. Watch out of the way.
Dad, we can't go in here. Haha!
There you go. Oh! Ooh, almost snuck up on us.
Dad, I told you everything could be handled with a knife.
All right, hold on. Give me a second before we go any further. Protect me.
Why?
Gotta go check something really quick. Hold on, guys. Give me just a moment. All right, give me just a moment here, guys. Oh, let's move this right there. Why do I have this right here? How's everything looking over there?
Good. Dad, I can't believe that guy was showering. I killed him. Megalodon week. Megalodon week. You guys know me. It's shark. I'm Shark Lord 2 out of 7. And it's Megalodon week, and that's a shark. No! No, not baby shark. No. Anything but baby shark. Do 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 do. I like any shark except for baby shark.
All ready for this?
Dun, 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 dun.
Holy macaroni! It's Megalodon.
It's Megalodon.
Megalodon. It's night here. I'm off. All right, Culex. See you later, baby shark. Do, 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 do. Oh gosh, Solaria just went there.
I killed him when he was in the shower. I went, he knocked down.
All right, well, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out and see what's going on here. It's usually the same things on here. I'm not gonna really say much. All right. Hey, look, we got washing machines. Let me get my machine gun out. Let's go, go, go. Wait, who are they shooting?
Funny what's on.
Easy, easy. Why are we attacking the same enemy? Don't worry. Relax, relax.
They're outside again.
All right, watch yourself. Watch your back. I was gonna say I'll go the other way, but never mind. We got the lighthouse down there. They're looking at us too.
All there is God shells.
Hey, how big is the ship?
Hey, there's nothing.
Really?
Yeah, go back, quick. Buddy was on.
Oh.
Hey, you ready? Hold on, Daddy. Don't open it. I was about to say. Why'd you just run back?
Oh, we got a window here. I got your back. Go ahead.
Really? Hey, there's no enemies.
No enemies.
No. Not that I know of.
I have to say, on the smaller size.
Daddy!
Is it hard to see the gameplay, guys?
Daddy, come in. It's safe.
Hold on, let me look on mobile here real quick. See how we look on gameplay. Actually, it's watchable. I'm looking at it. It's viewable. We're good.
Daddy, come in. It's safe. Look, no enemies.
I just don't like this black border stuff. Like,
It's the way it is.
oh, the ship. Ooh.
Daddy,
Yeah?
enemies
Where?
in here.
Let's go. Nice and slowly. I got the machine gun.
There's no enemies. I'm kidding. Hey, there's no enemies.
I don't trust it. Oh, wait, was she just jump down from somewhere?
Upstairs. Move.
She just walks like nothing.
Daddy, look at this.
Don't worry, we got him. Go, 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 go!
Ha-ha! Oh! Oh!
Nice job, nice job. I got some skill points.
Wow.
There's no other way to go? There's nothing else in this room, are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing else in this room. Yo, Resident Evil 3 is coming out in a few days, guys. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You already know we're about to play that. Ain't nothing like... Oh, my dear jeez, you get one, I get the other one.
You just scared
Here,
me.
get the one on the right. Oh, oh gosh. We're surrounded.
Oh,
Get out, get out, get out, get out.
I stabbed him.
Sorry, I had to do that for us. Had to clear the way. Behind you, behind you, behind you. Oh.
I have low health. I need help.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's grab supplies. Don't grab everything because we gotta see. I need health. Oh, you're full? Okay, good.
Hey, I can't grab anything.
I know.
Look, my thing's literally full with ammo.
All right, come here. Stand next to me.
Hey, here, you want some
Hold on.
grenades?
Grenades? I don't really use them that much. Okay, hold on.
Hey, my thing's full.
Don't do it by itself. Wait till you find another green herb and then mix it together so you get 3, okay?
Yeah.
Or if you find a red herb, mix the red and green. What the deuce, right? I think it's smaller science cargo type or small aircraft carrier. That's what you think this one is? I don't know. It'd be kind of nice to get a nice little zoom out. What the map is like in this game, because honestly, I have no idea.
Daddy?
Okay? Yeah, this is hard. Like, see, the thing that bothers me the most right now, you know what it is? What you do, I can hear it. I don't like that. Like, I'm not really a big fan of split screen, but we're gonna do it anyway. Only because I don't want to buy this game twice. But we should have done this when it was on Game Pass. That way we could have had our own screen. Oh, here they come. Here they come, here they come.
Wow, they dropped nothing.
Okay, okay.
Hey, look, I finally got ammo for my assault shotgun.
Oh boy, here she is again, guys.
Oh, come up. Daddy, she left a surprise.
Wow, look at that city in the
Daddy,
background.
She left a surprise, look. She left the bees.
Yeah, look at the city in the background. Looks so fake. Ugh.
Daddy?
Where is it? Where is it?
The
Oh
bees?
gosh. Not this thing again. How did we kill it last time? Oh, it's two of them. Oh, shoot the bee.
Go back.
Not the tiny bees. You got to shoot the big bees around
There's
it.
3 of them.
I know, but shoot the big bee.
What big
There's
bee?
a big bee flying around them. All right, move it. Go in circles. Come on, turn around. You gotta shoot it once. No. Up there's the bee. There's the bee. Get it. Get it. Oh my God! Now it's back to. There you go. You got it.
Dead. 2,500.
Mm-hmm. Go easy. Don't you grab things way too fast, dude. You're not even like planning what you're grabbing. I think for the most part we got the same weapons, but okay, let's go.
Are you ready?
Yeah, look at that background. It looks. Ugh, look at the city. It looks nasty.
Really? Really? Daddy, you keep showing us Ada Wong and then she keeps jumping up.
Right?
Hey, come in fast. You had the skill points.
All right, let's go. Needs more cowbell? What?
Daddy!
Oh dear gosh. Get him in the leg. Get away, get away. Oh, you got him. Behind you. Nice. I got this one. Go ahead and get the other one behind you.
Hey, come on.
Get him, get him. He's on the ground. He's on the ground behind you.
Really? But say. Let's check around.
Okay, anything good? How? Wait. Wait. Oh no, I thought you had red herb. I was gonna say mix that. Let your stamina come back. Look, your stamina's down. Wait a second.
Those
Food
were
high.
health.
Food does sound pretty good.
Daddy, I need help.
I can't give you health right now. Just you're okay. Just survive. Go easy. We gotta look for health. You can't keep wasting them. This is gonna be probably a boss fight. So oh, I knew something was gonna happen.
Hey, come back
All
here.
right, come on. Oh wait. No, don't shoot it.
Why not?
You're gonna blow me up. Go ahead, now
Come
do
back
it.
here. Wow. Completely missed.
All right, just take cover. I got this one. Just focus on the other guys. I told you I got it,
I
dude.
know, I'm coming
We
back
keep
to
fighting
you.
the same ones, and then we get attacked. All right, I'm gonna get these ones on the left here. Get this one. And shoot him in the leg. There you go. Now run back and hide. Get out of the open. When they come close again, I'm gonna smack him in the leg.
So I'm like the assassin.
Get ready, get ready. Ready, 3, 2, 1. There he goes. Get him, melee him. He's on the ground. Okay, hide. Go behind the cover. You can grab whatever it is. Go ahead. Oh, to your right.
I'll get this guy.
All right, there's one straight down the head. Let's go ahead and move in slowly. You got him. Good job, man. You guys just smacked him in the face. Wow, look at Jay. Jay just put a whole bunch of pizza, hamburgers, turkeys, and chickens, and cookies, and candy bars, and wow.
He did it again.
Wow, look what he's doing to my screen. Look at me hungry. Wow.
He's making me
The
hungry.
food is real. Yo, if you guys really want to do that, which you guys really want to feed me, this is what you do, guys, okay? You go over there right now, which it ain't going to work anyway because I think everything's closed. This is typically what you guys would do for me to eat on this stream. I will stuff my face and splash some of the grease on the camera, too. All right, let's go.
Don't worry, I'll cover you.
What? You got
Look,
this.
spinners.
Holy dear jeez, you better do it quick.
I am. I'm trying.
Wow, that's too many bullets. Oh, what the? Who just covered me? Somebody covered me? I didn't shoot those grenades.
Wasn't me.
Or maybe it's what you did.
Woo! My finger hurts. Look
Hold
at
on.
that. Look at that. Who just covered us?
Oh, you finished the ladder. Okay. Oh, maybe I don't know.
Hey, look at my hand. It's red.
It's okay. All right, guys, let's get back on top. I'm coming up there with you, buddy. Damn, man, I can never keep this desk clean. It's always.
Daddy, look what I just found.
Go ahead. 5,000. Wow.
But Daddy, look. You know
All right.
Look, Daddy. Look at house though. Yeah, you found it. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, 5,000 points. You're lucky.
Yeah, I just investigated that suitcase. I'm
All
like,
right.
something.
Can't even upgrade my character playing 2 players. All right, let's go. That's why I wish I think if we had our own screen, I don't think we share.
Daddy.
Hmm.
That's why I'm like this suitcase doesn't
Alright,
look
take an
like.
ammo.
Alright, you grab
Grab this green herb.
What green herb?
Or grab everything in the room while you're at it, because that's what you do. You just love going like this with the X button. Alright, now mix the 2 green together. There you go. Put it in your store case. Go ahead and use 1. There you go.
I used 2.
That's fine. Whatever you want to do. Alright. Don't keep using all your life, though. Are we finally gonna meet Ada?
Still haven't had enough, huh? Even after losing all your men again.
Wow.
With your track record, I gotta say, I'd hate to be a member of your team, Chris.
Don't listen to her, Captain.
But where are my manners? I mean, really, I should be thanking your men for being such good test subjects.
Oh, she ain't getting away now.
Ever since Adonia, all I've wanted is to see you dead. This isn't about vengeance. It's about justice. It's over, Ada.
You're right. It is. The aircraft carrier is preparing for launch.
Launch?
And the dead will flood the streets. Deja vu, boys. Raccoon revisited. But this time, it won't just be one city. It'll be the whole world.
Right, Jay? Right. You're right. Oh.
You got me. Well played. But no one can stop it now.
Damn it! What
Wow.
the hell just happened? The This looks like a different strain. There are 2 missing.
Just take what's left. We'll bring it back to HQ for analysis. This is Alpha Leader. I need a report on the missing vessels ASAP.
The city has been compromised, and we've lost contact with all local assets.
They are really good, Jade. They are really good, bro.
The terrorist assault was just a diversion. The real attack will spread the virus globally.
Now what?
Let's check the rear hangar. There've got to be
Daddy.
some planes back there.
So, we don't even know who that was who shot her. And then she went.
Well, it was a man in a suit, so obviously it's somebody up to no good.
He shot her and then knocked her down, and she just smashed her head.
Congratulations, guys, on those extra points.
She just smashed her head.
There's a fully armed aircraft carrier in open water not far from your location.
Oh boy, showtime.
Ready to fire missiles on the mainland. It's imperative that you stop them from launching even a single one.
Copy that, HQ.
Let me help my subscribers out here, guys. Let me get you guys some extra points.
Well, Daddy, at least we got her out of the
Or
way.
even those that just wanna,
The bay's just up ahead.
Daddy, at
even
least
just
we got
VIPs in general, guys.
At least we got Ada out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got flashlights on our guns. Why do we even have this now? Hey, you ready? Oh, Daddy!
Making me seasick. You think this tub's gonna last much longer?
I don't want to hang around to find out. Come on.
Daddy, I'm just looking at your guy's arms and my guy's arms. Wow. That guy's way stronger. Look at your guy's arms real quick.
That is very true.
Look at your guy's arms. And look at my arms.
Yeah, my arms look scrawny compared to Chris.
Oh, Daddy, you might want to see this.
Oh, we got flashlights.
Look.
Finally.
Um,
Oh gosh, we got missiles all over the place. We gotta stop these before they hit civilization.
Ooh. Daddy, what are we supposed to, a door just
Make sure all your
opened.
weapons are fully reloaded.
Not this one. How do I reload?
I have no idea. All right, guys, let's keep this up and keep it rolling in. Let's go. Oh, this is a dead end. We can't go this way.
All right, Daddy, hold on. Reloading. I'm reloading real quick. All right, Daddy, all my weapons are fully reloaded.
Okay.
Daddy, before we continue, let's go this way. See what happened here.
What happened to this guy?
We can't get through right now. Let's go.
What?
Oh, I found a box. What's in it? You can take the XP. I took 5,000.
You took 5,000, man. That's like the whole match.
Damn it. We need 3 separate passcodes to get this open.
Oh, fantastic. Well, let's go see if we can hunt him down.
There's one here,
What?
I think. Oh no, never mind.
Oh, Daddy, look. It shows them right here. Look, there's one. That's what the guy was. Daddy, that's what that guy was. He had a passcode on him. Passcode A.
He's dead, which means someone else is here. Anyway, we got the first code.
Imagine that.
He got wrecked.
Got a baby. Oh, how cute. He's a sucker face, right? Pretty much. I'm gonna hide because I don't want to blow our cover. And in over here. Okay, well, get ready.
Run! No!
Oh, what the heck?
Hey, get back! Get back!
All right, don't waste it all. We gotta hit them. Oh, what the heck? They split.
Woo!
What?
Look at his split! Woo! He knocked me over there! Woo!
Easy, easy, easy. Oh, what the? Oh, this one regenerates. All right, we got to get the move in. Got this ammo by me. Let's run downstairs. I think that thing regenerates. They have split personalities. Hey, that's a way to look at it, though. For real.
Hey, this way.
Which way?
We're trapped. Nope, never mind. This way.
The key's through here. Be careful. I need to reload. I ran out of bullets. Oh, gosh. Oh, great. Oh, great.
Wow.
Not this guy.
Oh, come on. Give me a break.
What the heck? Oh, what the? We gotta take it out.
Why'd you just pick that up?
Put it in a boiler, but goodbye. Hold on. Move. Oh my god.
Let's get out of here.
Dude, why is my camera?
Both of us.
Hold on, I'm trying to. Wow.
Get out of there.
Hold on.
Hey, get out of there.
I'm trying to. Oh, let's just get out of here. Oh god, another one.
Yep, get out of here. Daddy.
What?
Daddy, I'll grab this passcode.
Here he comes. It's a lower body. I don't think it could do anything to us.
You underestimate.
Well, we need to just grab the key and go.
Daddy, in here.
I got him stuck. Go ahead. Go grab the key. Oh, gosh. What the? Oh, dear jeez.
Daddy, in here. Are you kidding me? We need to go around for the key. Daddy, come on, in here.
Hold on.
In here.
I'm coming. We need to get out of here.
Daddy, this is crazy. The new enemies we got. Face.
Did you miss the key? It's right here. Oh, gosh.
No.
Never mind.
Run.
Open it.
Daddy, where are we supposed to... Just,
It's locked from the other side.
Oh, that's great. Daddy,
Not good.
in here. Where you at?
I don't like this room.
Hey, where you at? Hey, where you at? Look.
I went into one of the rooms.
What room?
How'd you get over there?
I'm in the completely other side.
Wow.
I see where you are.
Yo, get off the ground. Jeez. Oh, you saved my life.
Me?
Yep. Hold on.
Dad, you got another one of the suitcases too?
Watch out, that little thing.
Woo! Daddy!
Oh, get out.
Daddy, this is a bathroom.
Yeah, get
really?
out of this area. Go back this way, wherever you went. What's over here? Ooh, vending machines. Hold on, I gotta grab me a drink.
Daddy, it's not the time.
Not the time.
I know.
I'm thirsty.
No. That's
He was
right.
playing dead. Yeah, he did a good job. Oh, great.
No, I'm not. Hey, we're in. Just near your house at. Come on. Run down. Hey, down here.
What? A pretty big ship now that we think about it. Yeah, he did a really good job playing dead, that's for sure.
Not in there.
Oh, the creatures are still coming. Oh, what the heck?
Daddy, we can go
Right here,
in
right here, right here. Which way are we going?
Daddy, we're going inside that room, the one the monster's at.
Well, if that's the case, don't waste so much bullets. Easy. You're gonna run out of ammo.
Not that one.
This one's empty. Oh gosh.
Daddy, Daddy, help!
Well, I'm trying. Hold on.
Get it!
Whatever.
Got the second one. Only
Daddy! Where you at?
I'm coming out. We gotta get out of here. Let's go, go, go. Come stand next to me. Hold on. Omar, don't move. Okay. We got one more key back that way, so let's see what's going on. Hold on, we gotta go back. We missed it. It's in there. Move. Jeez.
Daddy,
Okay.
let's just run.
All right, let's just keep.
This is hard.
Oh, wait.
Daddy, not in there.
Open it. Double tap it.
Daddy, this way.
We're back here again. We completely missed it. What's this door? There you go. Oh god, any slower? Oh my gosh!
Daddy, wrong way. Oh, woo, this way. Daddy, we just went around in a circle. Hey,
I need your help.
Where you at? Ah!
Okay. Oh, door.
Daddy, I need your help.
Run in quick. Seriously?
Wow, Daddy.
All right. Of course I'm trapped. I'm trapped with all the goons.
You're not the only one, Daddy.
Let's get this thing open, Captain. I'm ready when you are.
Oh my gosh.
Daddy.
Okay, we got them all. Let's get back.
Daddy.
Hold on.
Need your help?
I think we got them all.
No, we didn't. I need your help.
Wish there was a way to take this guy apart.
Let's get this thing open, Captain. I'm ready when you are.
Daddy, need to open from the other side. Come on. Daddy.
Just
Come on. Let me. Oh.
run.
I got the password. The password was in there. That was the most annoying thing
Yeah,
ever.
let's get the heck out of here.
He dragged me out. He dragged me inside. Right?
Forgot which way we came from.
This way.
I think it was this way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Daddy! I'm stuck with this thing.
Hurry up, follow me.
This is annoying, dude.
Yeah, it's a little difficult. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and put those pass keys in. Let's keep that progress.
Daddy, do C.
You got this. Come on.
I got A, B. You need C. Do C.
Come on.
Get the heck out of here.
Right
I
behind
killed it.
Yo, look at that full screen for a second. That felt good.
I killed it. Come on, Daddy.
I think I hear it behind us still. Oh gosh, no! All right, we made it through. Now what? Whoa! Whoa! Watch the arm!
Oh!
Wow, dude, you not see the arm? You just looking like, oh, that's a cool hand. Just admire the hand that was gonna take his life away. You paused.
I take him
I'll
off.
say pause the game, don't pause your life. All right, let's go.
Wow, he takes everything. That was awesome.
Oh man.
That was cool.
All right, let's be ready. There you go.
Time for you right now.
That was close.
That's steaming magma too.
I don't trust that vent.
Me neither. Hey, Daddy, that was steaming too.
Woo-wee.
We would have been dead, right?
Yeah, we would have.
We were dead.
Little man fired. Yes, he is.
I fired. You fired. You
Like the
fly.
enemy gave him a hand.
Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to see. Took it from me. I took it from you.
Oh gosh.
Oh, Daddy, come
Oh.
on. We gotta leave.
Let's get it fired up.
I'm the driver.
Wow. Yeah.
Daddy, look, I love how I'm the driver. You're the backseat watcher. Look at you. You're the backseat. You're the backseat watcher.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to.
HQ to Alpha.
Look at
The
you.
aircraft carrier has
Oh, actually, you're pressing some buttons. Good job.
is armed with anti-aircraft artillery. Take out those guns, Alpha.
One plane against an entire carrier? Does that even sound possible?
No.
Hey, Piers, how's your aim?
You're,
Never better, Captain.
Daddy, you're aiming. I'm driving. This is hard.
He is the captain. That is true. Oh, what am I doing?
I'm trying to aim. Shoot. Good barrel roll, boy.
Pre-launch preparations have already begun, and there's nothing we can do to stop it from here.
The missile's carrying a virus. If it hits, it's gonna be a hell of a lot worse than a normal warhead.
And the only way we can stop it is by getting on that
Hey,
carrier.
shoot it.
We've got no choice. Okay, get ready. I'm going in.
Oh. Hey, shoot it.
Are you flying this thing?
Yeah.
Dude, what are you doing?
I have to do barrel rolls because I have to.
Oh my god, why are you going to... I can't aim. Alright, I gotta take these things out.
Data said she wanted to bring Raccoon City to the world. There's only one missile that we know of. Come in, HQ. Are there any other vessels in the water?
Negative. Intel says only the carrier.
Got them all, I think.
All anti-aircraft guns have been destroyed.
How do they shoot you, RPGs?
Find a place to land, Captain.
Alright, here we go. We're about to land. Oh no, we're on a time limit.
HQ to Alpha. The missile countdown has already started. Find the control unit and stop the launch.
Jeez.
HQ, we're on it.
You're on it, Daddy. I'm flying.
I hate when we go from a big...
Daddy, I'm still in the air.
You're still in the air?
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna have to give me a cover fire.
How? Oh,
I have no idea.
Path is blocked. Nothing a little pyrotechnics can't take care of.
Cover me.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It? What the heck? Give me cover fire!
Where?
On the bridge.
What bridge?
I thought I saw somebody up there.
No. I'm scouting out. Guy, I'll hate to be you right
Oh,
now.
I got another one. Now you're gonna have to give me cover fire.
I don't even know where you are, dude.
Oh gosh, here they come. And I got snipers. Oh gosh.
Guy, I don't even know where you are.
Come on, man.
Where you at? Where's
Wow.
the
Stop aiming.
Where's the guy?
Now look around. Look for the enemy. Look where I'm at.
Okay. I know where you're at. Where are those
Oh my god.
guys?
Somebody please help me. I'm gonna get sniped again. Oh my dear gosh. You are on a freaking airplane. They are on the ground. Oh, hit the barrel. There you. Don't hit the barrel now. Too late. Freaking god.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it feels like I'm playing a game by myself, right? Jeez. Just while you're on the plane, follow me. Ugh.
Daddy.
Like something's
that?
about to wake up. Oh, great.
Looks like more trouble than we need.
I'm shooting that.
This fight's about to get dirty.
You really need to protect me now.
Yeah, I do.
Hurry it up here. We're running out of time.
Woo!
Missile launch has been aborted.
Way to go, Piers. Now get back.
Oh
to the
gosh.
so we can get out of here. Roger that.
Have to get back to your airplane, dude.
Godzilla! Woo! Woo! You better protect me!
I'm protecting you, dude.
Hey, Captain.
Daddy, I got you.
Uneven down here. Little help?
Oh, Godzilla's onto me. Oh, protect me, Chris!
Daddy, I got you, dude.
I'm coming!
I got you. I
All
told you
right.
I won't let you die.
All right, let's get ready.
We have an emergency.
I knew there was a BOW because there's nothing that
Pay
big.
attention.
How in the hell? Dave, you knew we were trying to stop.
We're out of time, Alpha. Permission to destroy the missile granted.
Damn it, that thing's in our way. All right, Piers, take out those missiles. Roger that.
There we go. Woo!
Woo, woo.
That was close. Another one.
No, you shot that missile. It came out our airplane.
One shot out.
It's heading for the city.
Daddy,
Wes.
I took that BOW. He went
Pay attention.
off the boat. Right?
What? Leon. Leon, where are you?
Chris, we're just outside of Kachi. Why?
Get the hell out of there!
Uh-oh. Whoa, they in big trouble now. Now we have the big guns, right? Hey, Omega. How are you? How come I don't see your comments over here? Weird, it's like bugged. Oh no.
It's no safer out there.
Oh boy.
right?
Yeah.
Things just got bad. Real bad.
SWAT team wasn't enough either.
So now these are zombies.
Damn it!
Chris, listen to me.
I need you to rescue 2 hostages from an underwater oil field. Agent Sherry Birkin and Jake Mueller.
He's Albert Wesker's son.
Wesker? Chris, he's got antibodies for the C virus. I got it. On my way. Good, thanks.
Leon, wait. There's something I need to tell you. Ada Wong is dead.
Uh-oh.
Copy. Sherry and Jake need you. Don't let them down.
Okay. That was a long level. That took us 2 hours. But there's always hope. We did chapters 4. Oh, Chris campaign's done. There's a yep, there we go. Have I seen anything about the Ryzen? I'm not too sure. The Ryzen 5 1600F AF. What's the big hype on it? Ooh, 75,000. Oh, didn't I level these up?
No. That rocket went and just spread all over the whole entire city. They looked through the window. Watch that. As soon as we enter that city to save those 2 hostages. Oh.
All right, it's gonna be for your upgrades here. Go ahead and see what you want to upgrade real quick, and guys, I'll be right back.
Max, I can't even upgrade breakout or team up.
Wow. Okay, well, go ahead and do that. I'll wait for you in a second.
All my stuff is maxed.
All right, so pretty much it's the 2600 with some minor changes. Well, that's good. I think what's happening is that we're coming out with new tech, right? Hardware, all that good shenanigans. We're gonna do a little quick waiting on game scene here, guys, while we're trying to look at a few things here. So we're gonna go ahead and take a look at the nice, beautiful. Am I lagging? Oh, yes, I am. Why am I losing frames? Oh, it only happened when I switched scenes. This is crazy. I was hearing about this with OBS having this major issue. See, now we're running flawlessly. That's crazy. That's weird. All right, so we got the Ryzen 1600 AF. Actually, we'll just do this. We'll do the Ryzen 1600 AF versus the 1600. So, in terms of like, I'm gonna do. For single core performance, 2600 was 1.5% faster than the 1600 AF. And that makes the new 12NM 1600 10% faster than the original.
Okay, you ready?
Ah, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. All right, guys. Well, we're gonna definitely want to. Yeah, look at that. When I switch scenes, it's like it's got to load everything. Okay, now we're good. Wow, that's crazy. What's with the render lag? And I'm on Xbox. Like,
Okay, you ready?
hold on. How am I utilizing so much? Time out. Relax. Something's not right here, guys. Give me a second. We might lag for a second.
Daddy, that's rude. Trixzbot's like, don't worry, it's just gas that's eating your face.
Oh, but I do got this open though. You know what? Let me try something here, guys. Hold on. Bear with me here.
Alright, Daddy. I'm done my upgrades.
Okay, you got your upgrades and everything. Let's try this, see what happens. It might run better now.
You ready?
Yeah, everything's running way better. I don't know.
Took us 2 hours to
I don't know
complete
why
that.
it was running so bad before.
2 hours? Daddy,
Alright,
what
should
is
run
this?
better.
What is this?
Yeah, it's only $85. Wow, not bad.
Go.
Yeah, but see, something like that is good if you're just getting into that. You know, like if you have the 26 or 1600, you don't want to buy that. You know what I'm saying? But for those coming in new, go for it. I thought I said we complete the campaign.
Spent his entire life trying to destroy the world, and now his son is the only one who can save it.
And here I am coming to rescue him.
That's crazy.
The man who killed his father. Like I said, irony.
I don't know. Maybe it's fate.
What?
Wow, we're definitely going to Umbrella.
Neo Umbrella's here?
I killed Wesker. I can't let this war follow me forever.
Well, it's been 3 years he killed Wesker and Jake's his son. I don't get it.
My gun.
What? Wait a minute.
It's about time someone took my place. I'd be honored if it was you.
I don't think I'm ready for that.
Made it this far, haven't you? All right.
It's better? Okay. Nice place. Very nice place, Solaria. All right, guys. How's it running now? Is it running better? Let me do like a switch scene test here real quick.
Something like this.
It's got Neo Umbrella written
It's
on
running way better.
it. Be careful.
Yeah, there we go. That's much better. I don't know what it was doing before.
Surprises.
Daddy,
Copy that.
Yeah.
you're gonna be a captain after.
Oh my god, Chris is retiring? No, Chris, you can't leave. No.
Daddy, this is Neo Umbrella's place.
This is bad news then.
He said, your guy said, who has the funding to build all this? It said Neo Umbrella. It's written all over it.
All right, here we go. Movie mode.
Captain.
We're tied up.
All right.
Who captured him? Did we play their story?
I think I got it. They found us.
We gotta go.
Well, let's be ready. Here they come.
Pinpoint their location.
Oh,
They're in some sort of research bay. We can get there from the lower levels.
hold on. Wait. We can go underneath the ground. Follow me. Wait, hold on. Yep. This way.
I'm beating you. Luck first is not always the best. Die first is the worst, and second is the best. There you go. Come on. First is the worst, second is the best.
All right, let's check it out.
I want to have a look around over there. Captain, give me a hand.
Yeah, I gotta go over there. Oh gosh.
Oh yeah.
Well, grab some equipment. There's another chest. Grab it.
What?
Right here.
Wait. Oh. I forgot to press
All right. Let me go across.
50 points. Bye.
Can't get into the air decks with these blades going. See if you can turn them off from up there.
Ada Wong's story is harder. Okay, I see a switch. Yeah, we haven't done them all yet, guys. I don't even remember. I mean, this is what, our sixth episode, but we only did I change the episode number?
See if you can turn them off from up there.
Yeah, I think I did. Okay.
Daddy?
Thank you, by the way, Omega.
If we complete this,
Okay, it's off.
Oh, I got enemies.
Roger, I'm going in.
Oh! I got the turret guy. Oh, God. Oh, okay. He just keeps on shooting.
I'll see what I find here. Wait for my command.
I got snipers. You know, I got an idea for these guys. Oh. All right, one down. Oh. Got him. All right.
I need you to turn on that. Turn off.
The what?
I need you to turn off that one. There's another switch for that.
All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm being exploded, blown up, all types of shenanigans,
Nonsense.
and I'm running into dead ends.
Well, good for you. I'm glad I didn't have to go over there. Right?
Ooh.
Because I don't have to get exploded.
Dude, get out the open. There's another RPG up there. Hold on. Got him. Okay, let me reload real quick, guys. But don't worry, guys. We're gonna be doing everybody's story here for the most part.
We didn't finish Leon's. Now we're trying to finish these guys.
Yeah.
Then after we do Leon's and this.
All right, what do you got to do? There's something you got to do. You shouldn't just have to just stand
Yeah,
there.
I'm waiting for you to.
Oh, here we go. Ready?
It's off. You're good to go.
These guys are
Oh.
turrets, though.
What?
There's another RPG
This
guy.
is bad news right here. Woo! Daddy slide style.
Really? I can't shoot him. Oh, I got him, I think. Yep. I think you are. I'm not sure. Wow! Holy crap! All right, stay alive on me. Oh gosh! Got him.
Daddy, what's this switch for?
Here's.
Oh, I think you found out.
I gotta rescue Sherry and Jake.
I'll rendezvous with you up ahead.
You guys are still. What the heck are they shooting at?
Piers, I'm in the elevator. Headed your way.
Oh, you're coming down.
That captain.
I'm going up.
Oh, shoot.
Daddy, hello.
There you are.
Ha ha. Ha
Oh, now you want to show up.
ha. Hey, I got your back this time. Daddy, watch out. Next to you. Daddy, next
Oh,
to you.
gosh.
Daddy, I told you I was going to meet up with you and I wasn't going to die.
You did a good job there, buddy. Good job there. All right, we're going to have turrets, so let's get ready to use these bad boys.
Hey, dude.
There's 2 turrets. Oh, they can't turn this way.
Nope, they turn this way. But why this way?
That's why they kept aiming at the dead end. Okay, so we have to go to the elevator. All right, let's go.
Daddy, we have to get out of here. Did you already destroy that guy?
I don't know. He just kind of disappeared.
Come on, Daddy. Daddy!
Oh, gosh!
You
Almost got my head smushed. Okay, well, we're heading back out. Well, let's check around the room before we head down.
I
Or-
already checked. I was already down here.
You already did all this?
Yeah, I already took everything if there's something down here. I went down here and went through the elevator to get to you.
All right, well, before I open that, I gotta grab something.
Daddy. Come here. And I called up to you, and you came down here with me. Dad, we're getting closer and closer to Neil.
Yes,
Umbrella.
we are.
Are you ready?
Well, we're doing a good job, too. We just gotta keep it going.
Ready?
I'm ready. All right, let's go.
Dad, I don't know why I like playing this game so much.
Well, it's fun. It's co-op, and it's Resident Evil.
Yeah, that's why I
This
said
was one of the Resident Evils I skipped. Like, never finished it. I think I played a little tiny bit with one of my cousins, but oh, I got your back. I'm coming. Get away from my captain. It's all yours, Captain. Watch your back. There's 2 more. Get him, Captain. No!
Oh!
Get off of him! Got him for you. There you go. He's all yours. Finish him. Got him? All right, let's keep it up, guys. We're doing a great job. Oh, wait. Another one? Oh, gosh. Knock this mask off. He's like, holy crap.
Dad, I can't do anything. My energy's all out.
I got you. Oh.
I'm waiting till my energy restores.
Oh, shoot. Go ahead. I'll get these guys.
I don't have any energy left. He tried hitting me with the sword. I got him with my sword. Right?
Yep.
Green herb.
Good job. Keep it. Don't lose it.
Hey, where you at? There?
Get him. I'm out of energy. Oh, what the? Man, these guys keep coming. Wow. I don't think so.
Oh!
You like that? I say both of us.
You're strong. Daddy, you're stronger than me.
No, if they do an attack, hurry up and hit the right trigger and it counters. But you gotta time it.
But Daddy, you're getting better than me. I don't know. It's like I lost all my play points. Oh, it's because I don't have any energy.
Yeah, hold on. Let's work together. You got 1 health. I got 3. Come by me.
I got 2.
No, you got 1. Ready?
I got 2. Look, I got 2.
No. I know, but you got 1 put away.
Oh.
Alright, hold on. Check your. No, I don't have any herbs. You have 2 herbs? No, you have 1. Okay, let's save them. We'll save them. Just keep 1 for an emergency.
All right, Daddy, you ready? I got all
Hold
my
on.
energy.
Yep. Anything in there?
Yeah, enemies.
Oh, come in. Oh gosh, were they RPG'd?
Yeah, I just got him out of his RPG.
Get him! Oh, he's all yours.
Nope, not today, boy.
All right, this one's 100 skill
Daddy?
points. Oh, sit back. He's dead. He's gone. Stand back. I think no, he don't blow up.
No.
Go ahead, grab it. What's dark in there? You got no light?
It's the same area we were just in.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Except there's another elevator.
Oh, rage scream! Do it! You guys are making me hungry. Food sounds good. What time is it? Oh, everything's closed. Oh! Going down?
Hey, look, they're down here. Look, they're both down here.
I don't like this area, dude.
Oh well.
There's a bunch
Hey,
of
come
levers.
on.
There's a
Come
bunch of
over here.
levers.
Come over here where I am.
Okay, I'm
I
coming.
need your help. Lever pulling, dude.
Engaging airlock. Connection to research block initiated. Please wait until the connection is complete.
Wow. Oh no. Oh great.
Hello,
Oh.
stranger.
He's all yours. Watch the snipers.
Or should I say, was me. Consider this my little parting gift to you.
Hey, you
Hold on, big guys.
You go up the ladder.
I'm gonna shoot their armor up.
Not that it matters.
More?
They still won't stop my plans. No one can. One missile and this world will be transformed
Daddy, Ada's still alive.
into a
Yeah?
Yeah.
for my last and greatest creation. He will thrive in the ashes of the burning cities, conquering all that remains after the fall. He will reign as king of the new era.
Jeez, how much health do you need?
Pierce, can you get through to HQ?
Oh! Oh!
You okay?
One climbed up.
So we're on our own. All right, let's get
Hey, one climbed up.
Roger.
Jeez. Alright, we're good. Watch our backs. Behind us.
Daddy, look, that thing can climb up.
Behind us we got B-Man
Oh, shoot, really?
and Big Man. Yeah, I'm gonna get the sniper. You worry about the guys on the ground.
No!
One sniper down.
Hey, shoot
Watch
him.
out, big guy.
Woo! Hey, you know there's ladders
Okay,
above
okay.
there?
Area now.
I got his armor off.
Please wait until air pressure levels have normalized.
Don't let it pull the lever. Last thing we need is more crews. Shit, they keep coming! We're just gonna have to hold out.
Hey, there's one beat you down.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm down. He just punched me. Dang it, man. I should have stood in front of him. I'm just gonna move. Oh, come on, stupid sniper. Yo, I'm gonna die. The sniper's gonna get me again. It's like he's only after me. And now you're down? Oh great. Well, I got one hit. Come on, get out of the menu! I'm gonna get sniped.
Nope.
You're in a bad spot. We got 20 seconds. Come on, move.
Daddy, I don't got this. green herb.
Sit back.
Okay.
Did you grab the herb? Of course you did. I got nothing, so go ahead. You gotta fight.
You need to do this better.
We were fine. The sniper's up top.
Connection to research.
Yeah, no.
I gotta take them out.
I'm taking them out.
Please wait.
Well, then take them out because I was getting sniped.
They come from the top. You could. There's a ladder that goes up there.
All right, well then let's go up there.
I'm doing.
But they
the
keep
ladder.
pulling the lever and they keep calling in more enemies.
Ida?
I'm not in the mood for these guys.
Yes, it's me.
All right, take these guys out. Look, I'm getting sniped again. Shoot. All right,
Consider this my parting gift to you. If you've made it this far, I'm assuming you're BS.
yeah, let's stay up here. We're safer. But I don't think we can stay up here.
Daddy, you know the big guys can climb up here.
Well, good. Let them climb up.
The big guys can climb up here.
We could
Look.
take them down easier up here anyway.
They're up here.
All right, well, don't just run. Fight them.
And greatest creation.
All right, get ready. Ready?
He will thrive in the ashes of the burning cities, conquering all that remains after the fall.
Watch your left.
He will reign as king of the new era.
Oh!
Creation is a pillow.
Daddy, I'm almost down.
Oh my God! Really? Dude, you're down? Why?
All right, let's get Jake and Sherry the hell out of here. Come on.
Roger.
Go downstairs. You got us trapped. And you died. You're very bad at tight corners. I told you to go
Oh
down.
my god.
All right, one of us go on top, one of us stay in the bottom. If you want to go on top, fine, but take out the snipers quick.
You stay at the bottom.
Okay. Because I don't like when we're next to each other, you put too many enemies towards just one spot.
Until the connection is
All right, skip this part. Come on, man. Jeez. Thank you. Or whatever the hell just happened.
Hello, strangers.
Ida?
Yeah, you stay at the bottom. Take
Okay,
them out.
go on top. Just go.
Should I say, was me?
Get sniped. Hello?
Parting gift.
Come on,
I'm
man.
taking them out.
If you've made it this far, I'm assuming you're BSAA. Not that it matters. He still won't stop my plan. No one can. One missile and this world will be transformed into a new for my last.
Come on, I'm getting sniped, bro.
Snipers behind you.
He will thrive in the ashes of the burning cities, conquering all
These guys are annoying.
after the fall. He will reign
Oh my God, sniper up top.
a new era.
Something tells me this new creation is a pillow.
Here's.
Oh my God, how many hits do you need, bro? This guy.
So we're on our own. All right.
Oh, great.
Sherry the hell out of here. Come on.
Roger.
Careful up there. One of the big guys went up.
What?
Jeez, how many hits? Where are they?
Up top, most of them.
There's snipers up top. God dang it. I'm just gonna...
Connection complete. Pressurizing area.
Oh my God, just... I hate the melee in this game.
Please wait until air pressure levels have normalized.
Gee, I'm getting sniped.
Don't let it pull the lever. Last thing we need is more cocoons.
Going up top because nobody knows how to defend up there.
We're just gonna have to hold out.
Come on, seriously? Oh my God. Snipers are annoying. They seriously take out way too much health. All the big guys here. Come on, man. I got no health. Like, this is a... hate this. Get back. Oh my god. About to get sniped again. Big guy's down.
I don't have the energy.
Alright, be careful.
Pressure normalized. Connection procedures complete.
Thank goodness.
Engaging the safety lock.
This part's driving me crazy. Oh my god, seriously? Oh my freaking... Come on, man. The stupid sniper, look! They just keep coming, like, so... Where the hell is he, man?
Up there.
And then I get machine gunned. Oh my god.
Where you at?
Look on... Obviously, it shows a big giant red circle. I'm gonna get sniped.
Not today.
Oh, this game.
I'll get
I got
the sniper.
no health, man.
Now you get the little guys down here, I'll get the snipers.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I got the... Oh my god, I can't. You got full health and he's just running away. Lead the enemies to me. I got no health whatsoever. I'm about to get sniped! Yeah, just kill that guy, because he's obviously hunting me, right? You're so worried about attacking whatever you see, like... I need a place away from the snipers, man. Like, where can I go? I can't go anywhere. This is making me mad. It's not that hard.
Connection to research block initiated. Please wait until the connection is complete.
If I had more health, I'd be fine. But you keep taking everything. Like, I hate this sharing item stuff, so kind of annoying.
Hello, stranger.
Ida?
Alright.
Yes, it's me. Or should I say...
Just shut up and just do your hit the switches or whatever it is you gotta do.
Consider this my little parting gift to you.
So, what are we doing? Do we just need to survive or what?
Assuming you're BSAA. Not that it matters.
Where the hell's the snipers at? I'm worried about the snipers. The snipers are the only reason why I die.
No one can. One missile and this world will be transformed into a new Eden from my last and greatest creation. He will thrive in the ashes of the burning cities, conquering all that remains after the fall. He will reign as king of the new era.
Something tells me this new creation isn't a portal.
Pierce, can you get through to HQ?
Snipers!
I'm getting them.
God. How'd he shoot me through the damn floor? I'm done, yo.
Let's get Jake and Sherry.
Oh, hell no.
Hey, sniper's down with you.
There's another one. Shooting through the floor, obviously, somehow. He got voodoo who... Oh my god.
There.
One down there and you know it's there and you're not doing anything about it except for me getting rammed. Come on! Oh my god. This is useless. Wow. I hate sniping in this game. Sniper again. I'm gonna get him because obviously nobody else does. Sniper's down.
Connection complete. Pressurizing area now.
They wait for the big guys.
Wait until air pressure levels have...
Did they spawn more enemies?
Yeah, but they pull the levers.
Wow.
Shit, they keep coming! We're just gonna have to hold out.
What a stupid capture card.
Daddy?
Sit back. Don't go close to him. Behind us. You're not even up here anyway. I'm going down. Alright, let me reload. Alright, are they done pulling levers, man? Because that reinforcement stuff? Alright, good. Oh god, he transformed. Of course he did. Why not? Sit down. Oh my god, you're still alive. No, you're not. He just grabs whatever he sees on the ground. I killed all the enemies, but he just grabs whatever. Sniper up top. No, you're not. Not today.
Woo! Daddy!
Connection procedures.
How am I missing?
Disengaging the safety lock.
They just spawn more.
I need better stability, like...
Let's go, Captain.
Oh my god, finally!
Daddy, we need to both go to the store. That's what the problem was last time. Ooh, Daddy.
Yeah, that was tough, man. I ain't gonna lie, I was getting kind of mad.
Yeah, were.
Oh, not this again.
Streamlabs doesn't like martial arts. Look, Daddy, that's me. They know those little shield guys? You go, bop, martial arts, and they don't like it.
Okay, so, testing. I think I gotta go get me a new HDMI cord. But I don't want to spend money. I don't want to go spend like 20, 50 bucks on a new cord for what? Too cheap, man. Too expensive. Tired of spending money. Everything's money, money, money.
Yeah, what do you think the world is?
Free to play days and then make you want to buy the game days. Free beta, closed beta, and then you get so into the game, then you gotta buy the game. Then something goes wrong with the computer, I gotta buy something for it. Gotta pay for the electric bill to keep the computer and the video games running. Gotta pay for live services or anything like that to keep the video games running.
You that cheap?
I'm that cheap.
Daddy, ready? Come on. Really? We didn't even have to save them?
Glad to see you're okay.
Yeah, well, I bought a cheap one, and look what I'm going through. It turns black sometimes.
Day again, huh?
It loses signal. Uh-oh.
I can see your father in you.
How did you know?
Wait, hold on a second.
See the ruin?
Yeah, I did. But I'm the one that killed him.
Uh-oh.
It's you? That's right. Chris?
Better put a leash on that puppy.
This is between me and him.
I just want to bet him die.
Go ahead. Shoot. You have every right to. Just promise me you'll survive. The world depends on it.
Who the hell are you to tell me what to do?
Stop it!
Put your gun down! Now!
Tell me, we just following orders? Or was it personal?
Both.
Jake, please stop.
Put a bullet in your
Put
head!
your gun down.
Drop your
Don't
weapon!
do this!
There are more important things at stake than you and me.
We gotta go!
Jake!
I know!
I just want to bet I just went bop, dodge. What is that?
I wonder what would have happened if Wesker, like his father, was here.
This is some sort of lift. There's one over there too. Let's get out of here.
Dad, what is that thing?
I don't even want to know.
Let's not stay to find
Looks
out.
like a cocoon of something.
Dad, that might be another BOW. This might have this might be how they make them. The BOWs.
Could be. What is she doing? Oh, we both got to pull levers. No? Oh, maybe we're going on the other side. I see it. We need to save bullets. What we need is life. I can't find any, like...
Hey, over here.
Any health items. Right. I am, guys. But not all the time. I mean, you got bills, right? Gotta pay utilities, gotta pay rent, gotta pay gas,
Daddy?
gotta buy food.
What the hell is this?
The end of the world. Unless we stop it.
Daddy, now these are...
If that giant cocoon hatches.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, just a bit.
Really?
Get out of here and warn HQ.
This way.
So if that cocoon explodes...
Okay, I think they're going over there.
Over here.
So Daddy, if that cocoon explodes, it will do like virus all over the whole entire world? What?
Why? I don't know. I don't know.
No, you didn't have to put yourself on the line like that. Western served what he got. You did what was right. You kept this world safe. He was still his father. The kid had the right to know.
Woo!
Oh.
Sorry. I know it's never been easy being my partner.
Well, we gotta worry about ourselves. Oh god, why we both punch that way? What the heck? I got your back.
Daddy, it's because they hatch out like this.
Find a way out of here.
Daddy, they're hatching.
No. Good job. Get him, get him, get him.
Not yours.
Still alive.
Daddy, above us.
Oh, shoot. Good job. Alright, well, let me grab the red herb. You already grabbed it.
What? I didn't grab it.
Okay. I can't. My inventory is full, man. Why? Oh my god. I can't grab the... Why am I full? With what? Oh my god, we're being sniped again. I can't do anything in this game.
We're being RPG.
Of course I am. I need this house so bad. I can't freaking grab it. The game doesn't give me freaking time. What the hell? Oh my god. Dude. Yeah, just sit there and watch me get hit. I need to get rid of something. Get rid of this crap. I'm gonna give it to you. Oh my god.
We're both down.
You got this freaking health and get up, man. No red herb.
Daddy, here.
Of course not. The herb is gone now. Great, great. Just freaking great. We're gonna get sniped. Because these guys don't miss. My god.
Daddy.
Did you grab the red herb?
Yeah, I was gonna give it to you. Daddy, here. Yeah, I was gonna give it to you.
Get next to me, get next to me. Hurry up.
Daddy, I was gonna give it to you because you didn't have your inventory. I was gonna wait till you had to do something else so I could give it to you. And you're blaming me for taking it?
You're fine. Just I thought the game disappeared it or something.
Daddy?
Oh, great. And it's gonna hatch either way.
Oh!
Oh, it's that regenerating thing.
Look out!
Oh boy.
Chris!
Get moving! We got it from here. Let's go.
Wow.
Hey, you got a job to finish.
We got hit with this big thing? It's a boss fight.
Oh, great.
Daddy!
Oh, we gotta.
Climb up! Escape from the BOW!
going up. I'm going up. Oh my god! Oh!
Hey, this is a BOW. This is the biggest BOW ever. Right? Right, Daddy? Come on.
It's coming for us.
Woo!
Oh gosh. That thing looks weird. Oh!
Captain, over here.
Go, 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 go!
Really? Daddy!
I got you, I got you.
Oh! Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Thanks, Daddy.
Yeah, we gotta get going. Run, 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 run! Oh, he almost smacked me. I gotta shoot him. Okay. Got him. Go, 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 go.
Dad, this is the biggest BOW ever. This is how they were planning to sabotage the world. Right?
Yeah.
Look at it. It got 4 arms.
Quick, 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 quick. Go, go, go. Oh, wait. Oh, we should have slide.
One angry son of a bitch.
That's okay. It's all good.
Hey, wait for me.
Yeah, shut down, no problem. See ya. Oh, here it comes.
Plan from the beginning. Jesus, the missiles were only a distraction then.
Daddy, you know what they just said?
Hey, go, go, go,
The
go,
missiles
go.
were a distraction.
Yep.
The missiles were a distraction from this thing. Right?
Yeah, the whole time, I remember when the missiles came to the city, it was to keep us busy. Got him. Oh,
It was to
double
keep
jump
us-
again.
It was to keep us busy so this cocoon can hatch.
Go, 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 go,
Right?
go, go.
Daddy, help!
They won't let me grab you.
Woo!
Oh, what the? I think I just saved you. Yep, I did. How can I grab you? It wouldn't let me. All right, go, 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 go. Go in here.
Daddy, slow down.
How are we supposed to fight that thing? Good job. Okay, hold on. New area. Gosh, not good.
Daddy, it's still leading to the big thing.
Yep, here he comes.
Daddy, look at this BOW. It's right.
I think I see its heart.
That thing's still alive? Not for long.
Daddy, look, that thing got 4 arms.
Stay alive with me.
And it's regeneration, right?
Mm-hmm. Grab the chest. There might be some health.
What chest? Oh, these?
I got 2 empty slots. Good. Anything?
No. Oh!
Don't get close to him. Get away. Get away. Your health is low. Come on me. You didn't pick up no health?
No.
Wow, of course not. All right, let me get this guy.
Daddy, he's raising his arm.
Oh my God. God, I can't shoot him, man. He keeps freaking moving. I'm dead. Oh my God, man. All right. Where'd you go? Careful. There we go. Got him in the face. Come by me.
Oh, you can grab that if you want.
Oh, let's move away. Move away. Oh my God, man. If I miss again, I'm going to get mad. He's coming for the swing. Get out of here. Come over here. There you go. Good job.
Hey, behind him. That's his weak spot. I think. No.
All right, what's going on? He's doing something.
Shit, this thing will die! It better. Can't let this thing see the light of day.
Back away, back away.
I have zero ammo.
Oh, God.
Woo!
Ooh, that was close, man.
Dad, come near me. Come near me.
Hold on, hold on. I think we do got to shoot it in the back. He got me.
Dad, remember I have team.
Yes, I know. What's behind him? Can you see anything?
Hold on. Distract him. I see the pink. I see a pink thing. I see a pink thing. It looks like a heart.
Well, we probably got to shoot up in the back because it doesn't seem like the front's the way to go.
I don't have a sniper.
And he's after me. All right, easy.
I got him from
it was
the
from the back. All right. Hold on. Hold on. That's it? No. That can't be it.
That's it for that.
Wow.
That's it for the boss, but it's coming in. It's destroyed.
Well, looks like we're about to go swimming.
Pierce!
We took it out.
All right. Getting better.
That thing's still alive.
Oh, it's breathing. Here it comes. Yeah, that was a sign. That told us something there just now.
Daddy, our characters may have thought we had took it down, but we didn't look behind us, so it was still breathing, Daddy. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a
Hey,
good
we need
sign.
health. Oh.
Oh!
Okay.
Look at it! It's for the ocean. See the tail?
We gotta go!
We need to go.
Woo!
Run. Oh! Oh gosh, what the? Oh, the door's shut anyway.
Wow! Woo!
Did you die?
Yeah.
What did you do?
He knocked me down to the lava part.
Okay.
Son of a bitch! Captain, we're out of time. We gotta go!
Daddy, wait!
Watch out for the hand. Oh, doesn't look like we... Oh.
Let's say captain. I wasn't even close.
Okay. All right. I think we had to move in.
Daddy, I think it's just meant to say captain. It's just both of us died, right?
Yeah. All right, we got this. I think we got to keep moving.
Son of a bitch!
Let's go.
Captain, we're out of time. We gotta go!
I like how you're all the way back there.
All right, run.
Daddy, how do I slide?
You have to run and slide. You aim and slide. When you run, hold left trigger and then A to
So
jump.
this and then this.
Yeah. Well, this is to move around. This and this to slide. See, look.
This?
When you do this, yeah, I duck. And then when I do this, I jump forward.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. And then what you do is you run. Oh no, wait, never mind. You just run and then hit LT to slide.
Okay.
Son of a bitch!
Thank you.
Forget the A. You're welcome.
Captain, we're out of time. We gotta go.
Go, 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 go! Oh, the door's shutting. Yeah, I see how the doors are shutting quick. All right, run, run.
I'll be damned if I'm gonna die.
All right, go, 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 go.
Hey, come on. How am I supposed to get in?
Just jump in. Oh, shoot. Hurry! Get up here! I can't hold it forever! Captain! Captain! My arms! Oh my god! No! Okay, I can let go. Gosh.
Oh, thank you so
All right, pay
much.
attention, pay attention. Whew.
Daddy, I don't have any energy. Can we just rest here for a second?
You can rest here for a second.
Oh, this is our resting area away
Phew.
from the BOW.
Yeah,
Oh!
but look behind you. I'm gonna let you grab that real quick, and guys, give me just a moment, okay? 1 second.
Water too.
Yeah, go ahead and grab a water. Make sure when you grab a water out of the fridge, make sure you put another one in, okay? How many do we have in there? Right, Solaria, right? How many's in there? Did you grab me one? You didn't grab me a bottle of water. Wow, he grabbed himself a bottle of water. What we got? Ice Mountain? Make sure you put 2 in though. When you grab 2, grab 2, put 2. You'll be fine. Explain it like that again, and I'm gonna die laughing. Go get me a bottle of water.
Daddy.
Right now, you do?
In here. You're right, we gotta move.
Depressurization initialized.
coming back. We have to kill him when he's in his cocoon.
Come on, just stay with me. You're gonna be okay.
I'm sorry, Captain. I did it. For the BSAA. For the future.
I know. You did a real good thing.
As long as you...
I don't want to hear it! We're both getting out of here, right? Let's go.
Depressurization process complete. Unsealing doors now.
We're gonna get you through this, Pierce. You hear me?
Oh, the mic was muted. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Thank you. Oh, gosh.
Please evacuate immediately.
Hey, come on! You need to jump.
Oh, boy.
Stand back, Captain! I can kill this thing!
I need you to do it quickly!
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water.
Daddy, come on!
All personnel, please evacuate immediately.
Oh, careful.
I need you to kill it! Kill that one!
Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure.
You
That's
just
it?
killed it with the lightning. Daddy, you need a shoot that thing.
There we go.
Come on, Daddy.
Unable to withstand water pressure. All personnel, please evacuate immediately.
Oh, careful. Did you stay behind? No!
Depressurization process complete. Unsealing door.
Grab that health.
Yeah.
There we
don't
go.
grab it this time.
Yeah, I don't want to grab it. I didn't know if they'll let me grab it. Sorry, Chris.
No! You can't hit me.
I know.
Really?
Why'd you freak out? Made you jump.
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure. All personnel.
Yeah, 4 is gonna be probably our max on hours. Already getting close to midnight. Okay, get ready. I stood on it like an idiot. My bad, guys. How many hours did we do? 2 hours and 59? Yeah, we're getting pretty close. That's alright, guys. We'll be fine. Still got an hour. Hit that 4-hour mark, buddy.
Depressurization process complete. Unsealing doors now.
Nope.
I'm gonna get you through this first. You hear me?
You're missing. You're missing so bad. Nope.
Alright, go ahead and get the door. Or maybe I can get it. Can I get it? No? I think only you.
You just missed with even with me standing, Daddy.
Big time epic fail.
You're fired. Yeah.
Alright, guys, let's jump it across.
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure. All personnel, please evacuate immediately.
Climb over.
Back, Captain. I can kill this thing.
Hey, kill it. Wait till it's out. Wow. Daddy, charge.
Unable to withstand water pressure. All personnel, please evacuate immediately.
Sit back, sit back. Oh, I just opened the door. Okay, run.
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water pressure. All personnel, please evacuate immediately.
Daddy, open up the door. Just open it up. Come on, run, run, run.
Warning. Facilities infrastructure compromised. Unable to withstand water.
Woo!
All personnel.
Daddy, come on, open up this door.
I'm trying, I'm trying.
Hurry.
I'm charging.
Warning.
Come on, Daddy.
Oh, man. It's tough. Hardcore parkour, right? Parkour, right? I don't know. Something about 20,000 votes coming flying in one space, I think. Freak anyone out, right?
Just go. No. You're gonna be okay. We're almost there.
I think maybe they got a vaccine for it.
Escape pods. See that? We'll be out of here in no time.
He's fighting this virus.
I don't think you can control it much longer.
Got it. Here we go, Pierce. We're getting out of here.
I'm wasting time. Go, 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 go. Yeah, but he doesn't even have a cure for himself.
Don't! You can still make it out! God damn it, Piers! No! Piers, open the goddamn door! That's an order!
No, I think he's done. I think I'm dead. What do you guys think?
Yep.
Slap a band-aid on her, should be fine. Yeah, true. You should have given me a band-aid.
Really?
Yeah. Whoa, right? Poor Pierce. Oh. Still alive? It's all that for nothing.
Either way, both of us are dead.
Like, hello. Oh. You know what though? Piers was controlling that virus for quite some time. I'm kind of curious what that capsule really was. Maybe it was one of those kind of like, what was that, Resident Evil 5? When the guys like infected themselves, but they were like in control. My guy injected himself with the virus. He's got the coronavirus. I'm just playing. At least Chris made it.
Yeah, I
Played
did.
as a character who just dies. My ending is not so happy. Oh man. Yeah, but look, even if Piers would have made it up top, then what? What would they do? There's no cure. But when you really think about it,
That's the end?
beat the game?
That's the end where you die and I live?
What?
Correct for me, I live.
No way, we just beat the game. Wait, did we do everybody's chapters?
No, we didn't do Leon's.
Ah, maybe it does this every time then, yeah.
Daddy,
Ugh, Thomas keeps farting, man. We're gonna have to give this guy a diaper.
Daddy,
You don't want to fart too much, guys.
Daddy,
You might actually
Daddy,
shart.
Thomas just said what happened to you, Trix.
I got wrecked.
You died, and you said, Daddy, you saved me from the monster, so I lived.
I did. You're welcome. Hey, it's okay. No, I'm not gonna sing that for copyright, but you're welcome. They had 48 drop frames, but 0% as of now.
Daddy, do I have enough to do trick?
Wait, did you just move it? Oh. What happens now? Do we skip it? No. Guess what? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. I don't think we fully beat the game. Oh. Oh, it's Chris. He's mad. Wait a minute.
Captain. We've received new orders.
All right. Better get to it then.
Yes, sir.
I found a new partner.
Uh-oh. We see new orders. Oh, well, we got another achievement. Duty calls. Complete chapter 5 and Chris campaign. Ooh. Yeah, we didn't unlock all the skills yet in the game, so that I don't think we're done. There's no way.
Daddy.
What? That's it? I don't think that's it.
This was my campaign. What about yours?
Well, it's co-op, so I'll be together.
End game. Daddy?
What?
Something else you need.
I think we just finished Chris and Pierce because I know we did Leon and...
No, we didn't. We didn't finish it because remember we still needed to defeat that drill guy.
Oh, yeah?
The guy with the drill hand?
Yeah, I don't understand. What the heck happened here? Hold on. Play game. Campaign.
Like, chapter select.
I said we beat it.
Nice, chapter select.
New game plus.
Daddy, no. Chapter select. Wow. Daddy, go down. Look. Leon, go down.
Oh, we did the prelude.
Yeah, we did prelude. We did.
Which is the beginning.
Daddy, go up once. Daddy, go down.
So Chris is fully done.
Yeah, mine's done.
We did. Okay, so if I click Leon, hold on. Wow.
Leon.
Oh wait, we did some. Oh, we never. Oh gosh. Okay, guys. So we only did. Oh, that was Chris campaign. Wow. So we got Leon, Jake,
Ada,
and Ada, which was the bad guy. So hold on a second. But I don't want to go out of order. What do you want to do?
Leon.
Yeah, we should have. So yeah, because Leon we did start, but we didn't finish. So we got to do this one. I don't remember who was what character. Do you remember? I think
I was Leon.
Yeah, you were Leon. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! Hold
Daddy, go back.
Hold on.
Split. I want to be Leon. You select Helena.
Okay.
I'm Leon.
Yep. But why did it end like that? Okay,
Daddy.
guys, before we start this campaign. That's probably why we were so confused. We didn't understand much what was going on because why did we do Chris's campaign?
It doesn't have one for Pierce. It's cause it's each main character.
Yeah, well, there's not one for Helena or Helena, whatever her name
Yeah,
is.
because she's not main character. Leon
Exactly,
is.
Leon is and Chris is. But with Leon, why is I'm just trying to think. Why did we do Chris before Leon?
Because that's the one we left off at.
Yeah, I don't remember. It's weird.
Oh, Daddy, I know why.
Well, you know what? Let's take this short break, guys. Let's everybody go grab a drink, go take a potty break, do what you need to do. And then we're gonna continue on, guys. So we're not gonna be far. Okay, we'll grab something real quick. Let's all take a short, like, little intermission here, guys. Maybe 2 minutes, not long. I'll go ahead and switch the scene. So go ahead and grab yourself something, guys, and we'll be right back. So how is everybody though, guys? How is everybody doing? Like, I hope you guys have been doing really well, and I hope you guys have been enjoying this Resident Evil 6. I mean, at times I like to play with my son, and we try to figure out a game that we both want to play, and this was one that he's been wanting to play, guys. So I said, you know what? He's actually got homework to do. Sorry. So I told him as long as he did his homework, we'll get some co-op action going on. You know, that's even our time limit there, but I think we might just go like 30 minutes over. I'm not really sure. I don't even know what the uptime is. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you guys coming in, watching, all that good stuff, you know. Yeah, I don't know. So while we're waiting on him, if you guys have any other further questions, you feel free to ask. Let's see what we got here. I do see a lot of usernames in chat. I really appreciate you guys coming in, lurking it up. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, he does have homework. So his school did contact me. So his school has like this app that they use to like contact parents, and he actually had to go to the school, pick up all his like assignments. I think he had work covered up from maybe like 2 weeks of work or something like that. So like until April 6th, he's gonna go back to school more than likely. So as of so far, April 6th. Now it can be extended depending on the severity of this outbreak or whatever. So we'll see what's going on with that. So I'm checking out some things on Discord here, guys. I was working on making some channels. Things are looking pretty good. What I'm gonna do? We'll keep it like that. Why not? Beady 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 beady. You ready to play World Company while you stream? Yeah, it's pretty boo boo. It's pretty bad. That sucks. Can't even make a YouTube video on it. Can't do anything. It is an alpha, so I guess it's not technically a beta. From what I've read, I think it's an alpha, so that's why. I find that to be the most dumbest rule ever. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's alpha. It's not a good completion of the game, and maybe there's some like things they don't want people to see, but I don't get it. Like, wouldn't you want people who have like that exclusive access to like kind of like have bragging rights and like play a game that most people can't? No, they just say no. Just don't advertise it. With it getting worse, I doubt school will happen. True. That is very true, guys. Has anybody checked out on the what was it? I'm gonna go ahead and post this in chat. You guys can ignore that. I'm just posting this for people that don't have it already. I wonder if it's closed alpha. Yeah, so that's understandable, I guess. It's cool. You know, yeah, I feel that some games should just keep a brag rights or rougher games. True. Doesn't that happen when betas come out too? Not so much betas. I think betas are cool. It's the alpha stage that most of the times developers are just like, no, don't make YouTube videos and whatever. I mean, I don't know. They want to keep things discreet, I guess. They want to make it like a Tinder and not advertise anything. Yeah, I mean, like I said, guys, if you haven't already, you need to check out our Discord and go ahead and put your game suggestions on there, guys. We got one for the subs, and then we got one for the if you're just like a normal viewer. We got one for you guys too. Guys, I can't get to every suggestion. Jeez, I can't even talk. I do try my best. You know, and also speaking of that, Jay, you have been doing a great job on adminship here in our channel. Maybe I'll start focusing on like different admin roles. Like give you like like a different like admin title or something like that. Something like maybe have you in charge, and then when we get like future admins, I'll let you be on top of it or something. And of course, with more responsibility, I would never force it upon anyone. And remember, guys, it's a voluntary position. You're not getting paid hourly, salary, commission, or anything like that. If it's something that you simply just don't want to do, you can always say, hey Trix, look, I don't want to do adminship. It's too much work for me, or I just don't have the time for it. Or I can't keep up with it. It's fine. Now, in terms of like admins, let me see. Right. Let me see. Betas are pretty glitchy, so what's the difference between alpha and beta? Right, well, beta just means like it's the technical testings are done. The beta means like it's ready, but they still need to test some glitches and bugs here and there, and like matchmaking and things like that, you know. Actually, let me give these guys my Discord link, guys. Give me a second, okay? I'm still waiting for my bonus. Right. Hey, don't worry, guys. And my churro. I'm still waiting for my bonus. I'm still waiting for my payment of pancakes. Pancakes sounds pretty good. Might even do pancakes for, well, I can't say dinner because it's like way past that right now. Okay. Oh, wow. That's interesting. There's something wrong with the, oh my. Okay. That's interesting. There's something wrong here. Wow. Well, we'll be starting this campaign here pretty soon, guys. And people get banned for GTA if they money glitch. Thomas, yeah. Rockstar Studios has an anti-cheat system to an extent. So yeah, whenever you're modifying or manipulating anything or any type of like thing with the server, usually there is a form of detection. Like they can detect it, and if they do find out that you're doing it, you are in a possibility of getting banned. Where's my channel? Yeah, Rockstar sticklers, right? Dang it, now I want pancakes, guys. No, the stream actually looks pretty good. It actually looks really nice. Wow, I'm looking at it right now. Like, it's running phenomenal. That is amazing. So many people be doing it. Yeah, no, you're right, Thomas. That's like Modern Warfare. That's like Call of Duty. People be doing like hack lobbies. You can do whatever you want, but remember, you are at risk. You are taking the risk. If you know it's wrong, why would you want to do it? See, my thing is, people know it's wrong, they do it, and then they cry about getting caught. Okay, first of all, you knew not to do it, you know, so why? You know, that's like someone stealing a candy from a candy store, and then you go, oh, I'll do it too, because they did it, they got away with it, so I should be fine. Store clerk catches you, you go to jail, or you get in trouble. I mean, one candy bar may not send you to jail. You know, those things work out. Yep. Okay, so we're about to get started here, guys, and see what's going on with that. Now, let me do a slash mods. I do need to clear it up and see what's going on here. There's really no point of this person being a mod because I think this is, hold on, let me do, I gotta clear this up. Yeah, what's up, buddy?
We were on the swap team. We had a cool helicopter. And we had a cool helicopter, and look. That's what you call riding. That's what you call riding style. Not. We were on the SWAT team, right?
Mm-hmm.
We had a freaking helicopter riding. That's what you call riding style. And look, these people are agents. And look, Daddy.
So really, right now it's UJ and Thomas from Oz and Project
Daddy.
Zero.
We're freaking agents, and we're riding on a train.
Pretty much. They get mad. You're welcome. Was that pork?
Pork, bacon.
I have no idea. All right, buddy, you do gotta go to bed soon. So let's go ahead. We'll probably do like a chapter 2 or here or there. So let's go ahead and do it, guys, because we got to get off here.
Daddy?
So we're almost at a 4-hour mark.
Daddy?
We haven't achieved any goals, but we're gonna go ahead and get you guys a little extra here.
I just looked up our Resident Evil 6 episodes. The last time we did Leon's episode, guess what?
This is me?
Yeah. The last time we did...
Jeez, dude, don't break your phone.
Daddy.
What?
I just searched up our Resident Evil 6 videos for Leon.
Mm-hmm.
The last time we did was 2013.
Jeez. And we never finished this game.
That was 7 years ago.
Wow. All right, well, let's finish this up. I think we might only have time for one, buddy. We actually took a longer intermission than we thought we would, but at least I came back and talked to the stream. I didn't keep you guys hanging, though. I am kind of hungry,
It's
though.
not my fault.
Yeah, we got like 30 minutes left.
Hey, it's not my fault.
No, you're good. Low successful. I can't hit. Oh, it's you. You gotta hit A.
Oh, I do?
Yep. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Solaria. Whoa. Dorito sounds good. All right, hey. Thank you. Okay.
Just,
Bum 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 bum.
I don't think this is the time.
So this is where we were.
Wow, Daddy, look at this. A wing shooter, a survival knife. All I got is a wing shooter and a survival knife. Wow.
Oh my god. I don't remember what we were doing with these two because we completely skipped their campaign.
Exactly.
Okay, I know. All I remember was Leon was getting shot by a helicopter. Helena was saved, I guess. And then what happened?
All I remember is that.
And I think we were running through the city.
All I remember is that we were in like this ice snowing biome. We were on a sled, and then we went to this place where the guy walked in. There's a bug that turned red.
Yeah.
And the drill guy went like this.
Oh, okay.
And remember, I shot Daddy.
What was that game I was playing yesterday? What do you mean? Which one?
Remember, I shot up in the air, and he went.
Yeah.
That's all I remember. Come on, Daddy. That scared me. That's a person. First time I ever seen another person.
Oh.
Hold up on the second floor. Beat it.
Oh.
Come on, man. Open up. You gotta let us in. Forget it.
Oh, the city was under attack. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's see what I get rid of.
What guns do we have? Yeah, I have a shotgun already. You want this one?
What?
Oh gosh.
Oh yeah, these were the real zombies. Remember this?
Yeah.
Chicago's underneath attack. This is when the rocket hit. Remember the rocket hit and all this happened?
The hell? Why'd you take us up here?
What?
Yeah. Do you have a shotgun or no?
No.
Look, hit the D-pad. Before you grab it, or just grab it. That's fine.
Hit the D-pad?
Thank you for me being nice. He just doesn't pay attention. You have 2 shotguns now? I was asking if you had one.
No, I only have one.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Dad, remember when the missile hit from Chris's and Pierre's campaign?
Yeah.
This is the story.
All right, pay attention.
Right?
Careful.
Right, Daddy? Oh, first aid spray.
Okay. Where are these guys coming from?
Hey, let this guy come in. I'm breaking.
Bunch of zombies.
I just took his own axe and hit him with it. Wow.
Some of the zombies are just standing still. What the heck are they doing? Jeez. Oh, there's another shotgun over there? What the heck? Oh, we both grabbed one. Oh, here I'm yelling at you. We both got one.
I got him.
What happened to the girl?
I grabbed his own axe.
Oh, they're both still alive. Okay, cool. What's behind us? Behind you.
I got it. Daddy.
Oh, Dorito Crash Course.
Daddy, this zombie came in with an axe,
Oh,
right?
she's been grabbed. Hey, help her.
Take my hand! Are you okay?
Yeah, I can't help her.
What are you, crazy? Spare the heroics! She's just throwing us down anyway!
What's the matter with
Wow, look at my guys. They smash zombies' heads against the wall. That's how strong my guys are.
Oh, not today. Here they come. Oh, this girl can actually do better kung fu.
Daddy, my guys.
I can't climb out there in the
Daddy,
city.
my guys just smash zombies' heads against the walls. That's how strong my guys are. Right, Daddy?
Yeah. Uh-oh, he's coming inbound.
Dad, did you see that one zombie I did too? He had an axe. I grabbed it. To him. Uh-oh, Daddy.
All right, here we go, guys.
Shit, my gun's jammed! Give me your gun!
Wow. He's a butthead.
Wow.
Oh, what the? Oh, that zombie came jumping at me.
What is this zombie doing? Wow. He had dynamite.
No! Stay back! Get the hell away from me! No!
Oh. Yeah, he showed you.
That's what he gets for taking the girl's gun. Karma. Right, Daddy?
Oh, here goes this guy.
Right, Daddy? Oh!
Careful.
Daddy!
I got you. I got you. Oh,
Oh, I'm on fire!
I'm sorry. I threw that by accident. All right, we gotta stay alive. Stay alive. Policeman still here?
I just killed 2 guys at once, dude.
There we go. There we go.
I got green herb.
Careful, zombies inbound. Oh, what the? Ooh, you saved my butt cheeks. Oh, thanks. Okay. There we go. Man, she breaks out quite good.
Oh! Get the heck
I got
off
you.
me. Daddy,
There we go.
What's up with my guys just bashing zombies' heads against things, see?
Mm-hmm.
He goes, bop. Oh, Daddy, look at all the stuff I got from killing these guys.
Grab the stuff on the ground. I think we're clear.
Nope, I stole your zombies. Die. Up.
Too quiet. Why is it so quiet?
I don't like this. That's not all the zombies in the town.
Hey! Pretty quiet down there. You guys still breathing? For the time being. The door's clear. You wanna let us in now? Get back up here before it came to mine.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Come on! Y'all ain't bad for the
Oh, but that's nice of him. You gotta put the shutters down a long time ago. This door is wide open. No. I think it's
Oh,
wide.
red herb.
Grab it. Oh, how come my items look different with her?
Daddy, how do I do that? The thing where it shows.
Why?
Why? Oh, this is way different.
Why? Yep, mix it up, mix it up.
Nice work down there. Good news is, I got some.
There, I got 6.
Any minute.
Door in case.
We can
It's the
make it
same
on
thing.
board.
This.
Straight shot to Tall Oaks Cathedral. People are evacuating there. Heard it on the radio. But that's a big if. It's a shitstorm out there.
Ready?
We ain't waiting for any stragglers. Yo, Japanese dude, get the shutters.
He said, yo, Japanese dude. Oh boy, here they come, here they come.
There, I got God shells for investigating. Alright, let me do this. I got it, okay? Daddy, this guy's muted.
Keep on. Oh, what the?
Daddy, you're welcome. I saved you.
Yes, you did.
This guy won't go down. Wow. He knocks me down.
Okay. Wow. Watch that guy.
What guy?
Oh, what the hell? Something burned me.
Daddy.
Oh, my guy's tired. No. I'm dying? What?
I got you.
Oh, yeah, you got the red herbs. I don't.
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, my
Daddy, help.
gosh. Hold on, dude. I'm almost dead.
This
I
is
need
hard,
help.
dude. Oh.
Dude, get these guys away from me.
You can't defeat him with the knife.
Thank gosh, I found some herbs, but it's not enough.
You can defeat him with the gun. Oh.
Oh, boy. Dang, he's still alive? Oh, I'm gonna run out of...
Oh! I just sumo slammed him. Bah!
I'm gonna run out of stamina. Really? No stamina? I can't do anything. You should have used help by me, bro. Why'd you use it on yourself? You could have split it.
It doesn't work like that in this one.
It does. And that's why I'm dying. Okay.
You're not dying today.
Yeah, Fortnite still beta, right? That's stupid. Yo, take that guy down.
Oh my god, this guy won't go down.
I gotta get away.
Get away from him.
Can't see. Got one herb, man, but I don't want to waste it.
I got him, Daddy.
Thank goodness.
We can't hold out here. Get into the next room. Come on, people.
Oh no, that thing almost killed me.
What did?
That thing. Yeah, Fortnite should have been out of beta. They got no excuse. All the money they made, that game should be fully done.
Daddy.
They say beta though to protect themselves. That's all.
Here.
It's a safety measure when making games. Oh gosh.
What is that?
Oh, what the heck?
Damn it. Any more weight and the floor's gonna collapse.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Yeah, just let me stay on the ground. This guy's gonna get me. We're gonna have to, I think we gotta run back into the other room. I can't do anything. My life is so low.
It's gonna bring this whole place down on us.
Woo! Ah!
I got you.
It's my time.
Can't see anything. Oh my god. If I had health, I'd be fine, man. I'm red the whole game. Like, there's no... The health in this game is ridiculous. Like, okay, I got full health. I'm not getting hit no more. I'm gonna stay away. Get herb. Once I get a life up. Oh gosh. And I had to stand right by the door. Okay, that's it.
Damn it! They coming extra large now? Come on, you ain't coming, kid!
Well, he's running into the other room.
You're gonna bring this whole place down on us.
What? No, man. Get out of here with that. That's bogus. Hey, you know what? A lot of games do it, though. See, here's the problem, Jay. Other game companies done alpha and beta for so long. I'm going to use Star Citizen as an example. Every game company think it's okay now.
Daddy!
Where you at?
Oh! What's up with my guy and smashing...
That was close.
What's up with my guy and smashing zombies' heads? Right?
There's no other items or nothing. We grabbed everything.
Yeah.
Alright, just wanted to make sure everything first. Oh, this game is dark.
Daddy, I need your help up here.
Hold on, what's in here?
Come on.
Why sub mode only on? Is it?
Oh! Oh, Grandpa's down.
Shoot, hold on. Oh, we can't pause the game.
Help him up. I'll cover you. Hold on!
Daddy!
Hold on. Stay alive, stay alive.
Guy. Big guy.
Look out for yourself!
We can't stay alive. Big guy.
Oh my god.
That's why I told you, big guy. Ow!
Oh my god. Something from one corner to the other. Oh my dear jeez.
Oh! Why can't I just keep his weapon?
Alright. Why so many, man?
Ah! Wow! One court.
Oh, well, there's the bus. Yeah, how'd I get turned on? That was weird. What the hell are you?
Daddy, I need your help. Wow!
Oh, you're a goner. I'm just standing there like, hey, hi, Leanne.
Everyone's just standing there watching me die.
What kind of death scene was that? I thought at least a split would like rip your chest apart or go through your belly. Pfft, nothing. What is that, PG-13 death scene? Hold on, before we hit continue, give me a second.
He just went and stepped on me.
No, sub mode only is off. Yeah, it was off. And actually, we had quite a few people talking in here earlier. Oh, you turned it off. Thank you, Jim. Oh, okay. Wow, that explains why nobody was talking. Oh, whoopsie. Yeah, but how did I read Queen's comment then? Heck?
How did he turn it off?
Oh my god, what did I just... No, I don't want to launch that. Okay.
How did he turn it off?
Oh, but Jim's a moderator. He's an admin. I have no clue. Yeah, that was weird. Maybe one of us... Or maybe I did it by accident. It was probably me.
That was stupid. Everyone just watched me there die. Right, Daddy?
Okay, so now I'm going to be paying attention, so we should be okay. But why is the game so dark?
Why does he always have to stand at the very edge? Someone who always stands at the very edge, something bad happens.
Uh-oh.
See? The very edge, something bad happens. Daddy, take this guy out. Take the big guy out.
I'll cover you.
Take the big guy out. Shoot for the big guy.
Took the big guy down.
He's down. Now we can kill everyone else with a knife except for that guy. Ooh. I take their own weapons and hit him with it. Daddy, stop.
I wanted to make sure he died. I think we cleared it all up.
Daddy, anytime he's carrying a weapon with them, I grab it
Got
from
him.
them and go.
Oh, you used 1,000 channel points to highlight it. Okay. How come none of us noticed it?
Daddy, I grab their weapon to go. Let me grab this. I can grab his weapon from him.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Daddy, I can grab his weapon from him.
Okay.
Never mind.
Wow. I messed up, but thanks for saving me.
You're welcome.
That one's that's a little payback for your rescue.
Thank you.
But God, why does it keep doing it? It's annoying. What happens when you go cheap? One day I'll get a new cord. I think right now I owe PayPal money. There's nothing I can do right now. I gotta start cutting back costs.
Hey, come on, we gotta jump down.
I'm grabbing items. Fight these guys for items.
Yeah, but waste all of our energy. A lot of it, too.
It's okay.
Look, I knocked him over the edge. How am I supposed to kill that? Oh, wow. Hey, come on, let's get up. Over here, Dad, your health's low.
Thank you, thank you.
Got him.
Gosh.
I got him for you, Daddy. Welcome. Right?
Nah, I'm still waiting. And
What?
I think right now with this outbreak, I think we're gonna be waiting a long time to get that back now.
Why can't we just go in the sewer?
That might be it. It usually shows up for me next to the text bar, but nothing showed up yet. That was weird.
Daddy!
Oh no, not another one. Dude, you're like all up in my grill. I was trying to save the old man, but never mind. Oh, I don't think we can save him. He's already being... Yeah, they're already dead. I shot the zombie, but it didn't count.
Hey, I'm the only one shooting this guy.
I know. You got him.
It took all my ammo. It took all my shotgun bullets. Hey, it just took all my shotgun
Well, I like
bullets.
that school bus.
Dad, it took all my shotgun bullets and all my pistol.
I know, you should have let the AI shoot it a little bit, but it's okay. The other ones died. I think we had to wait till the other two died first. Oh, we finally did. Oh, so we were at the end of the chapter. Front wheel drive bus? That's a good question. I don't even think I've... School bus is front wheel or rear wheel drive?
Huh? Wow, Dad,
I would
look.
assume front wheel drive.
And this one we get more than one slot.
Yeah, wow. Why I got defense 1 again? What the heck? Why is it not saving? Okay, purchase upgrade. Yes. Okay, it takes my points. I click equipped.
You got the same thing you got last time. Daddy, quit. Quit.
Manage skills. We should be good. So, oh, we could choose different presets if we want.
Yeah, but you don't have one.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Alright, so we should be good then. You thought they were all rear-wheel drive? That's a good question,
How
Dad.
did I only get one?
Minecraft is love. Minecraft is life.
Daddy.
That might be from the last time when you were playing.
No. Every time it's because it's the same Resident Evil game. So anything we buy in another chapter, it saves it. Because I got lock on too.
Well, that's good.
Daddy, you get 8 slots. I only get 1.
Wow. Yeah, I am truly sorry about that, guys. Oh boy, I think we only got like 5 more minutes. We'll probably do this mission, guys, and then this might be it.
Infected with the virus. That rounds out to about 70,000 hostiles. We also received word that an organization named Neo Umbrella just claimed responsibility for the attack.
Neo Umbrella.
I know what you're thinking.
Yeah. It's Raccoon City all over again.
That's all the news I've got. Now it's your turn to help me. I need to know what's in that cathedral. I've got suits breathing down my neck for info.
Suits.
Specifically, Derek C. Simmons, National Security Advisor.
Hang on.
That doesn't.
All because he wanted to hit a zombie. Oh wow.
Daddy, the zombies don't even burst like the Resident Evil the other ones we played. These guys aren't even as cool because yours had an electrical arm and the other ones had shields. These guys are just regular. Daddy, we gotta save her. We gotta save him too.
Oh, those guys are gone. What's going on to us? Oh, they're dead.
Daddy!
I got your back.
Brace yourself.
Of course.
Really? It was a zombie driving a truck?
Oh, here we go.
Daddy, it was a zombie driving the truck.
Well, it looks like he was being attacked.
No, it was a zombie.
Aww. I guess that ride blew his mind.
What? What did that?
Huh?
What does that mean?
What?
Only to die like this.
The Queen Asylum?
Oh, I love everybody to Jim 13.
Oh.
We have to
The love in chat.
Everyone died. We're the only ones. Cause Daddy, the 2 died in the city. Daddy, the 2 died in the city.
Are you okay?
Yeah. For whatever reason, we're still alive.
We're cutting through the cemetery to reach the cathedral.
All because this man wanted to kill a zombie.
All because of that.
Daddy, the 2 died in the city. The 2 died because of zombies from the inside.
I don't know if we're
bus.
gonna have time to do this chapter.
And Daddy, the 1 guy died because of the explosion of the bus. We're the only ones living. How become the main characters live, but all the NPCs die?
Oh, you know what? You ain't got school tomorrow anyway.
Daddy's.
Oh gosh.
Shoot.
Oh gosh, what the?
Oh!
Oh
I just knocked
jeez.
him out of-
Wow, he just like punched him in the face.
He jumped out and
Here
knocked
goes
him
another
out.
one. Get this one. Or not.
I got him. I got him. Look, I grabbed his weapon and sliced him.
Whoa. Wow, hogging the bullets.
They're shotgun bullets. Daddy, look, I wasted all my shotgun bullets and pistol bullets on that guy. Remember? When we were trying to get out of the silly? Daddy!
Jeez, dude. Oh, you go your way, I'll go mine.
No!
You're a big hogger with the items.
Oh! Daddy!
Hey, you should have watched your step.
Oh!
Had a nice trip. I'll see you next fall.
Daddy, we're going with each other. We can't split up. Daddy? Here, you got that.
I hope so. I killed him.
Oh! Daddy, Daddy!
I think he fell in that one. Oh, yeah, you should have went down there. What'd you get for playing around?
I need help.
I can't get down there.
I drowned.
It wouldn't let me jump down.
Why is that even there anyway?
Huh?
Why is it there
Maybe
anyway?
I had to take the ladder. I don't know.
Daddy, we'll just wait here for our energy to get up, okay?
We're cutting through the cemetery to reach.
Yeah, these characters are different.
Wow, Daddy, look. You know how you go like this to get in your side thing? You can go like this and you go like this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that sorts it out like...
Yeah.
Or... Looks like...
Daddy, we got our energy back. Come on, let's go.
I put that down by accident. I can't grab it.
I want this guy because he dropped
Man.
shotgun shells. Oh, shoot! Get off me. Remote bomb.
Oh my gosh. If my screen goes black one more time.
Now you ready?
Yeah. Alright, let's finish this level, but I think after this we're probably gonna have to get up, buddy, because it's getting kinda late.
Okay.
I don't want you to be up too late. Alright, guys.
Follow the Daddy, go on the path. Oh! 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 Yeah, die, boy. Ooh.
Did you freak out?
Yeah, the lightning struck and I saw a zombie in front of my face. That scared me. Dad, imagine that statue comes alive.
Right. True.
Oh! See, that's what happened when the zombie appeared. Let's see what this guy drops. Ooh. 9mm ammo. Daddy!
What?
That scared me.
Why you jump? He jumped!
There's a freaking crow. Let's check this house.
What the? Anything in here? Nothing.
Ooh, grenade. Daddy, I think we're supposed to go in here. I like how I back up and you. Oh!
Oh, what the?
Freaking skeleton boy.
Where'd it go?
Ammo. Oh, Daddy, I don't think that's the only thing that was in here. He had a person.
Watch your back.
Oh! 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 You can get the skill points.
All right, let's go. Let's get out of here.
That scared me. It was a freaking skeleton. He has a key.
Wow.
I guess there are worse things than chasing a dog through a cemetery.
Yeah, it could be chasing us.
He's all the way over there? Oh, Daddy, investigate. Wow. Hold on, I got it. Ooh, green herb.
Gotta mix it with your green. Do you have a green herb? Actually, you just reminded me.
I got 6.
Keep them in your store case.
Hey, man. What
Oh, good job. Good counter.
I was trying to mix my herbs.
Wow. Oh, I dodged? No, it got me.
I got it for you. Daddy, here. Come back here. Come back here. Come back here, Daddy. I got some for you. Oh, I got some for you. I have 6, right? Here, I'll give you this.
All right, I'll wait till I get a red herb, though.
Daddy, I have 6, so I'll give you that one, okay?
Okay. Here, come on, stand next to me.
Daddy, skeleton dog.
Come on, stand next to me. Oh, gosh.
Ah!
I got you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, come on! Where's that skeleton dog at? I'm gonna kill it.
Got it.
Where's the key at?
I don't know if that's the one with the key or not.
No, the one with the key's all the way over there. It keeps running, look!
Oh, my gosh.
So I'm talking about, look, Super Slam, boy.
Yeah, they do different melees.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Oh. Dog to the right, careful.
Got him.
Good job.
I keep getting everything with the counter. Oh, shoot, Daddy. No.
Get out of there, yeah.
You have to shoot the dog this time. You can get whatever's in it. Oh, wow, you got ammo out of it. Oh, Daddy, we're supposed to go this way.
For the dog, careful. Behind you, I nice counter.
I'll get the dog with the key. Okay? Oh, I countered him. Hey, where's the dog with the key?
Right here.
Can I get it? Can I get the key, whatever? Cemetery key.
Is there anything else we need to open here?
Daddy, give me a high five.
Hold on. But careful. All right, good job.
I counterattacked that shovel guy. You saw? I was like, bah.
I saw it. Yeah.
I'm really good at
All
counting.
right, let's go back. Let's go get this door in, and I believe we should be good.
I have the cemetery key, right?
Yep.
Luckily, this doesn't waste all of our energy.
Don't fall.
I'm not trying not to. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Where are you at? I hear you. I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Then I'll get this guy for you. Oh, God shells.
You're full?
Yeah, I'm full on God shells. I got 5.
Yeah, we gotta try to save our bullets as much as possible.
No!
Yeah, get out of there. You don't want to be in there too long.
Yeah, a zombie would come up and... Right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I need to switch my weapon. Yep.
Oh, okay. That works.
Let's see what he drops. Alright, skill points 100.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's get through, guys.
Okay, we're in.
I'm stuck.
Ooh! Oh!
Oh, okay.
Leon, are you all right?
You okay?
I gotta reunite with you? Why does this always happen to Resident Evils?
Kinda doubt you'd be doubling back for me.
You never know. Meet me at the cathedral.
This always happens to Resident Evils. You always gotta reunite with your partner. Right?
That is true.
Daddy!
Come on, keep it together.
I need help.
Wow.
I need help.
I can't. I'm not by you. They made us split up.
Yeah, it always happens to Resident Evils. You always gotta split up. Why is this guy running away, dude?
The hell is that?
I don't know. Dude, get away! No! He keeps running away, though. That's all I know.
Wow.
Hey, are you at the door yet?
I think there's a reason why it's running away. Yeah, I think it's running away for a reason.
Daddy, I'm waiting for you.
Oh,
That's
gosh.
the thing that was running away. That's the thing that was running away, Daddy. Now, I just ran past them all. Oh, the reason why all those guys are there is because I ran past them all. You're up there.
Oh, my gosh.
Need help?
Wow. Seriously? Oh my God, move.
Hey, I got this for you. Look, I'm here.
Hold on. Come on, dude. Wow. Yeah, whatever you did, you made a whole bunch come at me.
I didn't kill them all, is what I did.
I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead.
Hey, just follow my lead. Look.
What? That was pretty wackaroni. All right, though. All right, we gotta finish this level, dude. Seriously, we gotta get off. We got less than 8 minutes, and we're in the beginning. Oh my God.
Well, nothing broken anyway. Good thing.
Hey, are you in the cemetery with me? Come near me.
Back for me.
You never know.
Come near me.
Meet me at the cathedral.
Where you at? Where you at? Come on!
Did I make it to you yet?
No. You're up there.
Oh.
Wait, Daddy, don't! Daddy, wait for me! Wait for me! Wait for me, Daddy!
Leon.
Oh, come on! No, no, I can't! No, this can't happen right now! This can't!
Come on, come on, come on, you got this.
Right. Freaking!
Dude,
No!
just run up top.
This guy pushed me! Hey, dog goes after you! Get
You're
away!
about to run out of stamina.
Are you up here?
Hey.
Man, you're a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, we need to get out of here.
All right.
Cathedral with me or what? I see it.
We're at a checkpoint, which is good.
Oh, Daddy, luckily this gate closes, because look. Daddy, look.
Mm-hmm. Bunch of them.
Wow.
They really want you, bro.
Look at the gate. Dad, come look at the gate real quick.
Oh, get away from there. You're wasting health.
Look, come look at the gate real quick.
Yes, I see it. I see it on your scene.
That's crazy how many enemies are in there. We couldn't fight all that. Right?
Hello?
Yeah, let me take a look here.
In there. Open up.
Are you crazy? Those things will kill us!
Look, it's just us.
Daddy? Really? My guy had to say something. Look, it's just us.
Okay, okay. I'll get rid of them first.
Oh! Oh, Daddy, I need help.
Easy, easy.
Take out the ones with weapons.
Wow.
Church bells? Are you kidding me?
Get ready. Here comes company.
Why would they put church bells up there? Watch out behind you. Oh, of course I'm out of stamina. We both are. Easy. Need to regenerate. Oh no, not this guy. Two of them. And this guy. Oh, great. Wow, I missed. Come on, man. Seriously?
I'll give you guys a hand. Let's waste these things.
That was someone in there with a little backbone.
Paul, open the door. Ow!
We'll probably save our bullets. But God, why? I can't counter that? Yeah, that's so dumb. I don't want to waste my ammo. Be careful.
Wow, he won't even die from you getting stabbed in the back.
Wow, okay.
Guy, another screamer.
Of course. More of these guys. I have no grenades. Oh my God, move, dude. And that loses life. That takes away HP, unbelievable.
This is impossible. This one's a lot harder. Right?
Yeah.
They keep coming.
All right, I know. Just gotta survive.
Hey, get away.
Wow. And I missed. Stamina again, like always. Careful, behind you.
Woo.
The screamers guys gotta go.
I got 0 shotgun
Oh my
bullets.
God, stop screaming, dude. And then he puts it away. All right, run inside, run!
Daddy, come on.
Woo, that was close.
We survived.
Oh my gosh, good job. Good job.
Are you... Sorry, guys. We're not rescue workers.
There's a secret door by the altar that leads underground. But we need to find a way to open it.
You want to tell me what's down there?
It's better if I show you.
Wow, Daddy.
Oh, I got to know what she's doing.
I asked you, can I know what's down there? And you're like, It's better best if I show you.
Yeah, right. All right.
Your character's obnoxious.
Right. Okay, guys. I think from here, things are kind of slowing down anyway. We're gonna go ahead and take a break, guys.
Daddy, look what I found.
Oh yeah.
But donuts happiness.
We're gonna go ahead and continue the story on later on.
There's more here than meets the eye.
If you guys have any questions or comments right now, feel free to ask. But we're gonna go ahead and make some closure here really quick, guys. This storyline is definitely a lot different than the other one. Definitely, very,
Daddy,
very much
what
different.
happens if I shoot him?
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any damage.
This game's boring.
What? And what if you would have killed him and then it said game over and then you had to do it all over again? Some games actually do let you do that. Hey, what's up, Eridar? But yeah, guys, we already hit our 4-hour mark here. We're gonna go ahead and get some shut-eye. Yeah, thank you, Solaria.
There are stairs under this statue.
All right, guys. Well, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for everything. I know we didn't reach any goals tonight, guys. I wish we could have. Could have stayed on a little longer, but that's okay. Don't worry. We always do it the next time.
Daddy,
We'll have some weekend streaming possibly. I don't know about this weekend,
I need
though.
you, Daddy.
But we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Come here.
But yeah, it's already getting late, guys. And then we'll see you guys later.